D&D.
Yeah, no, right. It feels like it's been a small forever. So, welcome to The Invasion, session 62. I am Ryan, the GM, now with 5G. It is the 18th of August, 2021, and here are the players.
Hello, one and all. I am Tom, also with 5G, and also 29 now. Tonight I will be playing Eltris, the barbarian elf. Forgot my race there. Elf, who's just really happy to be here.
A happy-go-lucky elf.
Yeah.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
Hi, I'm Chris, and tonight I'm going to be Keldrath, the Dragonborn monk, and I'm just about to be interrupted by my two granddaughters. Hello! Did warn you.
Hi everyone, I am Chris Jr. I will be playing Odin Stormwatcher, the Tempest Domain Cleric, who does not have 5.
Is that not 5G because you kind of got a bit cut off there, bud?
He's got no 5G, that's how I get cut off.
Hey!
That makes a
No
lot of
5G.
sense. Yeah. Okay.
Well, 1 gig virgin though.
Okay. Yeah, okay, fair.
That's any help.
Not to me, sadly.
Mm.
Somebody with a poor internet connection generally here. But, yeah. So, what did you remember from last time?
Hey, I didn't even get mine. Hey,
Well, do you know what?
We
Do
know
you
you
know
are.
what? Do you know what?
Yeah,
Fine.
no.
Do you know what? Fine. Vanger, you can also have an intro.
Yeah, thank you. Hello. I am Thanker, as a matter of fact. And played by Colin, he is. Which me. And yes, he is a clericy druid, dwarf person.
Bet you regret giving him an intro now. That was...
That's challenging
What?
itself.
What? Wrong, which?
Therefore, what do you remember from last time?
Not Bizarro. I remember going up a wind tunnel made of stone that was malleable
With
to
me.
stone magic. Yes.
And we were speaking to someone who... I have this written down somewhere that's not on the computer. I can't remember the guy's name, but yeah.
A wind
Abraham?
boy, certainly.
Yep, Windboy.
What would you name him if you had to then, right?
Daddy Windboy.
Okay, Daddy Windboy.
Legend of Zelda.
Alorine.
Alorine, that's what it was.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, and he had no shoes,
Yeah.
unlike the
Yep.
giant.
And 1 toe.
It had one.
It's a very shoe-related campaign. It seems to be now.
I just was really amused by that giant picture and its ambiguous shoe.
Should definitely have went to that wedding just to critique everyone's footwear. Um, oh dear. Also, yes, of course the intro is already chaos. It's usually never
Who's
smooth.
accusing this of being chaos? This is
Good old
hell
Siren
no.
Nashandra.
This is
Yeah.
perfectly adequate.
Siren Nashandra just joined the Friday game.
Oh yes, I saw that. You're the person who said it was a pleasure to be here. I was like, yeah, you think that now? You'll find out.
Wow. Oh dear. Well, hello, Natalie. Hello. I was actually over visiting. Not a million miles away from you, actually. Colin. Not a million miles away.
Oh,
Not gonna dox, obviously, on live, but yeah. Not too far.
docs offline then.
Sure, why not? But
It's
yeah.
still
Docs in
doxing? No, that's just sharing information.
I also realised that when I was visiting you, I should probably have asked to borrow that DVD of Twin Peaks.
You should Oh
Yeah.
god, because I forgot. I should probably have given you back a DVD you loaned me. Just
Yeah, the
We'll
Darker
do
Than Black.
something
Yep,
sometime.
we should.
We'll get
Yeah.
coffee or something.
Yep, I'd like that. Because, yep,
Glasgow, that's intermediate between us. There we go.
I mean, sure. Or just
Yeah,
like a
that's
drive,
fine.
like whatever. Yeah, well, I'm sure we could book something in.
D&D coffee meetup.
I mean, true. Could always be a thing. Yeah. I mean, I don't see why it can't be a thing. Yeah, definitely don't hate that. So yeah, as long as you all dress in hazmat suits, yeah, that's fine by me. Anything else happened last time?
Me and Keldrath and Fleabite and I spoke to some children.
You did speak to some children. Yeah. How'd
We
that
have
go?
magic tricks for them.
Mhm.
I don't think speak's the right word, but yeah,
No,
close.
Gandalf it.
yeah, I was going to say
Nice.
communicated, but like,
Like,
you know,
like, communicate's a fair enough word, right?
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Yeah.
But they were better at us than magic tricks, so there was that.
It just depends on what you value, right? Cool stone
You
magic
can
or
offend us.
other magic, I know, right? So, yeah. Anything else worthy of note for what happened last time, or is that pretty much everything?
There was the tree. I feel like that's not really my place to talk about because it was more of a Vanguard and Thoden thing. But there was a tree that was a bit weird, wasn't it?
Well, no, it was more of a you thing, I think, because you responded to it, but that could just be because it was a tree. My abysmal tree rolling. As a druid, I'm not familiar with these, even though carry a magic tree. No, I couldn't really discern anything special about it.
Mhm.
It's a tree.
Did seem pretty tree-like, yeah. To be fair. Yeah. Okay. Right. Anything else then, Tom? Anything else?
Um,
I'm not saying that there
No.
is. I'm just asking.
nah. Nah. What about you? Do you remember? No, I'm joking. I can't remember anything. I'm at a, yeah.
Do you know what? Nobody ever asks me that. Do you know? What do you remember from last time? The answer is, please
Good
don't ask
idea.
me questions.
I always tell them the same thing.
Oh dear. So anyway, goals. What are those? Eltris, what's your
Yeah, we
personal
have
goal?
those.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Sorry, I don't have this loaded. It says no internet. 2 minutes. It's loading. It's loading. My personal goal, if that is the question that you're asking, is probably something. Here we go. Come to terms with / learn the duties of the Guardian.
Man, one thing to
You
remember.
could just have asked us to play for time.
Yeah. Oh, there goes my camera again. I guess there's a loose wire somewhere. Let's see if I can get that back. Hello, camera.
Wait, turn on.
Oh, no.
If
It's
you try turning it on,
well, I got the background back, but not me. Let's try that
Well.
again. That'll be
Or are
fine.
you just invisible?
I mean, maybe it has just decided to phase me out. Yeah, you're right.
Hmm.
Interesting. God, this is going to be a fun adventure now. Okay. See if doing very little changes everything. Come on.
Ooh.
Come on.
Background's back.
Hello.
I'm back.
Oh,
I'm
hello.
going.
I was back
I'm back.
briefly. Oh no.
And away.
Yep, the fun yo-yoing. Hello! Let's just assume nothing's gonna go wrong.
Right, whatever you've done, stop.
Yeah, no,
What?
right. I think there's a bit, I think the cable's just loose, which is great fun. So,
can't stop, and we won't stop.
but anyway, please continue.
What? Were you wanting the team goals, or you just said personal goal there, didn't you?
Yeah, so
Wanted-
next in line, personal goal.
Okay.
That's your Fleabite.
In that order. I see. I was looking at the goals orders.
There is no
Uh,
order to the goals, do you know this?
Fleabite's goals is to fashion cold weather gear from Mountain Fawn.
Yeah. Caladrath, if you're still with us, what's your personal goal?
I am indeed. to protect the dragon egg if we ever find it.
Doden?
You had to get permission from Elorian for village merger.
Yeah. It's like the most like serious adult goal on here, I feel.
Yeah. And it's surprising coming from me. If you ask anybody else, this is not a me goal. Like,
It's good. I like it. Yeah. And in conclusion, Vanger, your personal goal.
To keep these fine fellows alive till the top of the mountain arrived is.
Good enough. Yeah. And Vanger, what are the general goals?
The general goals. So we start with reach the city of Barris. Then, once there, decide fate of Dragon Egg, or probably decide on the way. Who knows? Smiley face. Why? Find out why the tree made Eltris tingle, and then perhaps find out why he chose to express it in that manner. Get Clucheres for Eric. So potentially find out what happened to his brother. And use Stag as Cynthia intended, i.e. find out who we're supposed to present its head to and present its head to them.
Yeah. So, last time we had Thoden, gotta remember these characters' names now, and Vanger.
15 weeks, fine.
Yeah, it's like Thoden, Vanger, yep, those two. Yep. We had those two confronted by Elorian. Saying something windy, blustery, and mystical, probably. I can't exactly remember the exact last words that he said, other than pretty much, "Why have you sought me out?" So let's open with that scene, shall we?
Okay.
Yay!
And that slightly nudged dialogue. And let's make it even more fun and dramatic by making it a map.
That's quite nice.
Love it when it's a map.
Thank you.
You ruins a fight.
Never trust a map.
I'm a visual person, I like the map.
It's alright, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why do I hear boss music?
Because you're a Fleabite and you're always like I was going to use a word I'm glad I didn't use, yeah.
The size of him compared to you two.
Left the jukebox on in that bag of mystery yours.
It's just Fleabite's theme music, that's all it is.
I don't think I can coordinate music properly. You get the idea. Anyway,
Yeah.
him having said that, well, I'll respond if
By all means.
we were sent by the. I'll be saying this in Primordial.
Yeah.
Giants below.
Okay, like he's probably standing with like his arms crossed like that, kind of just staring at you. You notice that his feet occasionally touch the ground and then like lift off it kind of gently, as if he's almost like, what's the word, undulating maybe. Kind of like floating up and down very kind of gently. And he says,
He's floating on.
As long as he doesn't touch mine, bro.
I say I was careful, Ella Jones might jump in here and sue us. So, yeah, and he looks to both of you. As I said, when he speaks, obviously you hear it. Either in Primordial or in Giant. And he says, "And why did those below send you here?"
Well, I'm not certain, but it was immediately after I spoke the tongue I'm speaking now, the language of the ancients.
And he kind of looks to Thoden, waiting on his response. Because remember, you won't understand each other, right? Because you don't each speak Primordial or Giant, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I love that must be like a weird scene if we were shooting it the way where like you'd only hear obviously you speaking to them and them speaking to you, but the other person's in the conversation with them as well, but you don't understand what they're saying. Yeah, a bit trippy. So yeah, the big guy looks at you, Thoden, as if waiting on your reply. Keep in mind, you don't know what Vanger said, other than
Yeah.
some kind of craggly babble.
I think I'll just ask Vanguard, like, what's he been saying just now?
I
Obviously,
think you understood
common.
him, but you didn't understand me. I think it's more the.
Yeah, like, you can hear him speak giant to you. Whenever he speaks, Thoden, he's speaking
He
giant.
speaks both.
And obviously, whenever Vanger hears him, he's speaking primordial.
Right.
It's just when you're replying in your languages of choice, which has been, I
we're not
assume.
gonna-
Yeah, like, I don't think you've actually spoke to him yet, Thoden, but like, I assume you'd probably reply in giant if that's what you're hearing him speak.
Yes.
So yeah, but you don't speak each other's language, that's all, other than common. So,
Right. Okay.
does that make sense, right? So, yeah. Vanger talking to him back and forth in primordial, and you'd be talking to him back and forth in giant, unless you attempt common. So.
Okay. And giant. And then hold on. Actually, my phone died.
Google
Logan?
Translate's broke.
No, it's the giant that was down that told us to come up. It was Thorgren, was it not?
The guy that was below was... Let me find his name, because I feel like it was Kenrog.
Kenrog, that's what it was. I know it's close.
It's like I knew I wrote that down.
I'll just say it's in giant to Alorian. I was tasked to bring in my friend up by... forgot his name already.
Kenrog.
Kenrog to find Alorian. And this is where we have ended up.
He chuckles to himself. The place like rumbles a little as he does, and he says, "You have found Alorian." And he's just looking
Hey.
between the two of you, and he says, "Those below must have sent you to me for a reason." And he looks back at Vanger and says, "You speak the old tongue. Your connection to those who are no longer with us?"
Oh, it's well, I've encountered a couple of them.
He raises an eyebrow.
Wow, there's some of them still with us, or at least there were until recently, certainly. But this was learned not from them, but from my. You know what? I'm struggling with the term because I don't think he has like a specific priestly order or anything he's from, but he would have, he would have learned at maybe like a temple or something. So I'm going to say that at my temple. Where the
I think your travels would be...
I think because he started with it, so I just kind of like the idea that he sort of he set out having been quite learned, even though he is kind of even though he's got a strong druidic theme and a couple of levels actually in druid. I do see him as sort of he was properly sort of trained as a cleric, in the sort of
Almost
sort
an
of
acolyte background in a
cloistered-
way.
Yeah, he was sort of cloistered and bookish to an extent. And
Well, maybe
he's-
all the dwarves have like a... You go and you learn all of the religion of the dwarves.
I think they would. I think they would probably focus on things like the. How have I forgotten their name? The Genasi, because they were the ancients,
Mhm,
and
yeah.
because they have such a prominent role in the past, and you probably find ruins of their civilization.
I think as
here
well,
and
just
there.
even from the most stereotypical dwarven angle of the fact that all the old runes are Genasi, makes sense
Yeah.
that would interest them, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's probably a lot
so
of people
I think
that say
it's
that...
probably because of that they would.
Plus, I would say as far as well is that dwarves probably learned a lot of stonework techniques from Genasi long ago, since dwarves came after them. So
Yeah, he probably wouldn't say anything specific like that, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
but he would probably say something like, "Yeah, in my temple we were taught to learn the language of the old ones that we might better understand when we encounter their works."
he kind of just nods He goes, that is noble in its own way. Knowledge is empowering. And he kind of looks at Soden again. And back to you, Vanger. And he says to both of you, what have you of Alorian?
So, yeah, I'm taking from that, like, what are we asking of him? But is Vanger taking that from him?
You could roll insight if you want.
Yeah. Okay.
You know how we are about rolls.
It's a 16. It's not the worst possible roll.
I'd say you could pick that up, yeah. Like, what are you there to ask of him is probably the vibe, it does seem like, yeah.
That's a good question. Because, you know, this guy could have knowledge of the mountain.
You could.
And therefore potentially Barris, so...
I will add as well, the visuals at the top of this tower is that it's open to the sky. Like you can just see out into open sky. It's that tall. And yet no tower is visible from, you know, the mountain.
Magic.
So it's extra dimensional, perhaps?
Perhaps. That are just really good windows. But this is all daylight lit, as it were. Obviously lots of cloud layer just beneath the peak of the tower. And no visible peak of a mountain either.
Mm.
Do you have anything you'd like to ask him?
I need to talk to him about the merger. I was going to see what's going to happen first.
That's
Yeah.
what it's like.
Fair enough.
Yeah, talk to him about the merger.
Yeah.
It does maybe warrant a little bit more, perhaps, social foreplay before hitting it with.
Just by the way, I've got a bunch of people that need houses. You want to game? Like, can they
Which
come
is-
stay?
You know, which is fair, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Aye.
Yeah. Well, maybe we should broach the part that brought us here first. So, we came this way seeking the city atop the mountain, the city of Barris. Obviously, it's a city few have found once setting out. But perhaps we came this way because we were meant to meet yourself. I suspect you know more of the mountain than many mortals.
He chuckles. And he says, again, kind of generally to both of you, what have you of the Baru?
Ooh. It's diplomatic.
And this is definitely one of the first times Andy's just kind of taken it as a fact that they exist,
Did
right?
they exist?
Yeah.
We have joined a group who been gathered with a purpose to stop the ongoing incursions into this world and protect it. And it has been said by more than one. How would he describe like the major players in the plot?
I don't know.
How
Depend-
would I put that? Because it's not like because that's the thing. It's like I feel
Well,
like
name one of them right now.
who's-
I can describe them.
Well, Von Rune. Like I was going to say, like Von Rune said it, like the Geth leader said it, but I
Mhm.
can't really say. You know, the
Well, you could-
important background characters.
Well, no, but you could say it's like, oh no, the icons. No, you could.
Yeah, exactly,
Mhm,
exactly right.
You could
You
say
could
though.
make that an in-universe term, but it feels really
Yeah,
authentic and inorganic.
So you could refer to Von Rune as that mortal that rid the world of dragons, because most people have heard of that. And it's probably
Good
interesting
employer.
if this guy, has heard of that. It's a nice way of working that out. Gives you a read on that potential connection with they're cool with that or not cool with that, right? You could be quite sneaky with that one, or you could just say one of the mortal kings, right? Because there's a handful of those kicking about.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something that would emphasise it's
You could say leaders of the invaders or the intruders or the outsiders for the Gith, right? Because I think outsiders is a good enough term, yeah. And then I guess, the leaders of men, if you want to be Lord of the Ringsy, is that?
You know what? He is an outsider to humanity, so maybe he would say something like that. We have heard from leaders of humans and of the beings from outside this world that have intruded that the key to the world's salvation may rest in Varys in the form of an egg. Dragon egg, it said. Now, quite what and how the salvation will be is something there's contradictory rumours of.
You see him settle on the ground when you mention that.
Sorry?
You see him settle on the ground, you can tell from his body, weight and distribution and everything, that he's no longer just bobbing up and down. He's landed on the ground.
The need to express it because he is a little skeptical, and of course that's assuming there indeed is a dragon egg. I'm convinced for many reasons of the existence of the city, and not least the fact that you seemed unsurprised to hear us mention it. But dragon egg, he sort of scratches his beard. Well, no.
So this is all in Primordial?
Yeah.
Cool. And then he kind of just nods to himself more so than anything else, as if kind of pondering a question. And he says again, always when he speaks, he always kind of aims it at both of you. And he says, if you find the Buru, and you do indeed gain entry to their city, you wish what of this egg? To hatch it, or to destroy it? Or simply to see it?
Yeah, I'd look at Thoden as if to say, I wonder what your answer's going to be,
I just looked at you back. Just and then in common, say you do we be diplomatic about this? It's something we still need to discuss with our group.
I think we should be direct.
Yeah.
There's no reason.
You hear a big booming voice in common say, if you prefer the common tongue, I speak this too.
Oh, well that makes things easier. Apologies.
He puts his hand up on it as if to say, no need.
A truthful answer on my part, I want to see it because I believe when I see it, I will know what must be done. But not everyone, of course, shares my manner of making decisions. He sort of gestures to his really tatty robes.
Mm-hmm.
A priest, after all.
I think Alorian gestures to you and says, and what needs to be done, priest?
Whatever is necessary to protect this world. I'm only, as yet, unsure what the answer is.
He chuckles to himself, and you, as he talks to Thoden.
I wish to bear witness to what happens. I am simply the guide for this group. I have no sway on the outcome.
He kind of like thinks to himself for a moment and then says to you, Thorin, you may have no influence in this particular outcome, or you may hold all the influence, but your opinion has influence now. And he looks at you, and then he stresses the word here.
I pick up on the
Mhm.
intimidation, as it would be subtly.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very subtle attempt at him to say,
Yeah.
I care what you think though, buddy.
I wish if it were real to see it hatch.
And he looks
I
to
would
you.
wish.
Like, as you say that, like, he seems to have completely, like, lost interest in the rest of the answer because he now stares at, like, Vanger and Priest. If your companion here wishes it hatched, would you stop him?
I don't know yet. Really?
He narrows his eyes and goes, what clouds your judgment on this matter?
It cannot be my decision. Never. I believe that I've been brought in this journey with purpose, and I believe strongly that my experiences along the way have only been evidence to that. I don't know that it's my place to decide, but when the time comes, only to act on what is revealed to me.
He kind of nods, like, a very slow, kind of singular nod. And he says to both of you again, and I ask again, what have you of Elorian?
In truth, there are a few things we wish to discuss with you, or I wish to discuss with you.
Yeah, I should probably sort of look at you slightly like, oh, really?
Just sort of nod. Just yeah, like, have you seen downstairs?
He just stares at you, waiting on the rest of the conversation.
Yep, I'm thinking. First of all, we wish to know if you are able to point us in the direction and give us passage to Varys.
Or at least through such
Yes.
areas as is yours to decide.
He kind of smiles at that, like, amendment.
Well, you know, I
Yeah,
don't
no,
like to overstep the
yeah,
mark.
like, no, there's definitely, it's a positive thing, you know. It's not like a self-gratified, yeah, you better appease me type smile. It's more just a that's funny. Kind of look on his face. And then he says, "You have more to ask?"
I do. What we were told, the stone will decide Are you the stone?
He laughs again, and like the booming fills the place. They said, "No, I am not the stone. What were you told the stone would decide?"
Mainly judgment for my friends and party members.
Judgment on what?
Consequences for their actions. Very broad, I know. Try to remember, like, a week, 2 weeks ago.
It wasn't part of it. I mean, aside from judging, you don't know that any of us have done anything wrong. But it wasn't part of it. Like the stone would decide if we could pass. Was that not, or was that all?
It was if you were allowed to stay. It's like
right.
essentially we shall see if you're allowed to stay. Yep. So I'll just go back and ask Kenrog what he meant, I suppose, if he's still get stuck.
Yeah, just here, by the way. We spoke to him.
Keep in
He
mind,
didn't know what to talk about.
remember, Chris, you do have a team here. You can take a wee player agency moment and confer with the entire team, if need be, to give you information on what they think Thoden may or may not think of.
Let's do that.
A place for your people, your giants.
I was getting there with that section.
I think that's the third point.
I don't want to just beat around the bush here, by the way. I've got these people, can you pick them up?
Okay, well, what else is important to you then? Like, beyond, like, getting somewhere for your people, like, what do you think's gonna, I guess, make that a more smooth conversation for him, right?
Maybe ask him if he needs anything from you. Because, for instance, like, you've never asked to see him. Like, you were told to go see him, you know what I mean? Because Spanger could speak Primordial.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so maybe something like that. And I also want to take this moment while we're having this player agency moment to ask if anybody else thinks that it totally looks like a Pokemon gym leader in that photo.
100% with his stance, doesn't he?
Just the pose and everything. Like,
Sure.
but yeah, that's all I can think of about asking. Not the Pokemon thing, but the maybe asking if he needs anything from us.
It's probably a flying trainer, flying normal type gym.
Yeah. His name would be something like Skylar.
He looks pretty badass, personally. I should agree.
I like his kind of armband thing. Like,
Is Torque? Yeah.
it's Torque, yeah. I have one of those.
You do? Jamie never came
You're
with
the
them.
same. We're the same, you and I. Shane never what?
You never came with the guys.
Yeah. I could have said in Elven and been like, haha, twinsies.
Or you could have sat downstairs with a tree and learned something, maybe. Who knows?
Walk down and high five a tree.
Flirted with it. Like
Do
a
we
bit.
get 3 wishes from him?
There's a bit of
He
a,
does look like a
I was going to say, there's a bit of a Jin vibe to him, yeah. So, yeah, any further forward with your thoughts there then, Thoden? It's quite nicely alliterative, I quite enjoyed that. I guess that's a no. That sounds like a no.
He's gone.
Yeah. Thoden, come back to us.
Hello, I am Thoden. Nah, I'm kidding, I'm not him, don't worry.
Yeah.
Try as if I could.
Okay. I mean, Thoden, you with us? No? Yes? Maybe?
1, 2, 1, 2. Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Can you hear
Now
me?
you're back. You're back
Hello.
now, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey!
Yep.
Technical issues. You gotta love
Anytime I
them.
load Twitch and Discord, the whole thing just melts.
Not ideal. So, anyway, you got enough
Yes.
from your
Aye.
players?
We were obviously summoned here, or rather, more forced to come here. Is there anything you would like from us, as my good friend here does speak Primordial? Do you need assistance or anything?
He chuckles. He says, "What assistance do you offer? And do you offer it of Alorian freely, or do you offer it to the people below?"
Are those so separate?
He chuckles. He says, "Enough so." Gives you a knowing nod. Whether or not it's knowing to you is irrelevant, but, you know. He looks at Thoden again, as if waiting to see what he says in return to that. Also, welcome to
Yeah.
running NPCs, by the way, it's not easy.
No, really not.
If you want, I could just switch out to be Cynthia if that was easier for you.
No, I mean, we're going to scrap. Like,
I am with Sarah.
Okay, yeah.
I say bring back Eric.
I mean, yeah, I liked Eric. You didn't even meet him, I don't think.
No, I really didn't. No.
Yeah. He was great, so yeah.
I wish to offer where the help is needed, be it from yourself or the people below.
So, there you go, Tom. She is. She can be here too.
Wait, where is she?
The gang.
On the map.
Oh, Sarah!
How did I get here?
Come downstairs.
Vanger sort of offer that, you know,
Mhm.
I am something of a healer. That's generally a useful thing, but
We
you seem
both
to be
are.
doing very well down. Oh, indeed, yes. Sorry. Yeah, I shouldn't be forgetful there.
Yes.
Seem to be doing very well in here, so I don't know that you're in terrible need of such services.
If
but
somebody were to look at both of you, right, would they be able to gauge your religion? I assume with the Vanguard Enters, probably not.
if they were aware on specific interpretations of certain major strands of dwarven theology, yes,
Okay, right. So those in the know
because he
usually
carries
with
a
dwarven.
secret tree.
Mhm. So like, dwarf nerds would yes, but generally no. Okay, gotcha. And what about you, Thoden? Is there any like obvious symbology that you follow the Storm Mother?
Probably not. See, because I've got the jar
Mm-hmm.
sort of hanging from a person rather than like a cross or
Mm-hmm.
something like that. Probably not, personally.
Okay, that's okay. It's just in case, obviously, there was something I've just never
Mhm.
asked, because I feel like that's something that if there are people skilled in religions, they should be able to tell from each other if it's obvious or not. So,
Yeah.
no problem.
2 seconds.
I have 3. So, yeah. You were saying, sorry, Vanger? These were healers of a sort.
Yeah,
Don't know how much need
and,
you have of this. That was pretty much the end, really, wasn't it?
yeah, basically, you know, I don't know how much need of that sort of thing you have. You seem to be doing very well, but those sort of arts are never unuseful. If we could be helpful in that capacity, we'd certainly be happy.
He nods and he says, I'm sure if your services are required, then their chief will request that of you if you make yourself available to him.
But that's not a service you're in need of.
He kind of smiles again and he says, I am in need of very little.
I think it's him mentioning the priest,
Sense.
obviously after he says that
What priest?
the chief, sorry,
Yeah,
chief.
chief. Right, cool. Good. Chief, yep.
I sort of look at him like, hold on a minute. If we were told to come here and there is a chief, then what are you to the people downstairs?
And he smiles and he goes, I am Alorian, and to them, I'm sure that would mean different things depending on who you asked below. For lack of a more specific function, I serve as a guardian to them.
Okay.
He points at you, Thorin. Full on, arm extended, finger out, dramatic pose.
Mm-hmm.
You carry the head of a guardian.
I believe you're speaking of this.
Yeah, the
Take
very,
off my
very
shoulder.
obvious, massive,
Yeah,
stag
yeah.
head. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I throw it to my feet. Well, not, or place it at my feet rather than.
Okay.
I always forget that it's there.
Yeah.
Like drying your washing on its antlers now because you're that used
Yep.
to carrying it. Yeah. Mhm. So
Pick my
it's sort
boxers
of
off
nice,
its
yeah.
horns.
Mhm. Yes. You speak of offering healing, and yet you bring death with you. Do you offer this tale freely, or must it be taken?
If the
I-
tale you're thinking of is we killed it, we did not.
Okay,
Mm.
that was bold. A bold play.
He looks at you and says, "Then why do you carry it, if it is not yours?"
Would she be a sorceress?
Are you
No,
asking
I
the
don't
players?
think
Yeah.
she's. I don't think she's anything as simple as that.
Hmm.
But a rather powerful woman being.
Entity?
Not quite sure that we're familiar with. Insisted that we take it, and we didn't really particularly seem to be in a position to refuse.
Yes. She said we would need it as payment. A long route.
Cal looks at you both. Says, "Are you aware of what you have done to those below with this act?"
Hmm. No, but I suspect
We're about to find out.
the forest will need another guardian. Yes.
He seems lost in his own thoughts more so than with yous presently. And then his eyes can dart back to paying attention to yous, and he says, "The forest chooses a guardian. It is never without one.
I think it may already have chosen.
If the last guardian," and he kind of gestures to the stag's head, "has already fallen, another was chosen." He says that quite definitively.
We believe the new guardian is one of our party members. As he had an interaction with, would I say, the beast and its accomplice, a witch who was rather fond of our companion.
Cassie, no less.
Yes.
I think
his-
Alorian looks at you when you say that, with another raised eyebrow, tilted back head when you say a genasi no less. He says, "Perhaps a blood descendant of the ancients."
Well, yes, but then You're suggesting there's a meaningful distinction between truly being one of them and merely being descended from them.
He laughs and he says, I was around when the Genasi were still here.
Oh,
They are no longer here. If their descendants remain, they are not truly Genasi. He just nods sagely at that, I guess.
well. She certainly seemed to be one such descendant. And now our associate is after his meeting with the witch and the late guardian is beginning to take on aspects of her form. His skin is changing. He was given an ominous prophecy that would either have to embrace it or it would destroy him.
Yes, to fight one's nature is to be undone by it. Present your companion.
Odd to Thoden say, quicker for me to go for him or you?
To
I think Alori doesn't even wait for you to answer, then he points to Thoden and just says to you, collect your companion. Bring them here. And looks to you, Anger, and says, you shall remain.
Right.
okay.
Vanger would probably remember that he does still share a psychic link with Fleabite.
That's what I was going to ask.
That's a good
You
point.
Unless-
Hold. Yes, that's right. Colin had forgotten. Thank you, Alex. Colin had forgotten, but Vanger hadn't, and therefore says, "But wait, we may be able to call him up. Hold on a second. Fleabite."
He says mentally.
I
I really
Yes,
would
mentally.
expect like the ring noise, like ring ring.
like I presume he is still in range and all that. That hasn't broken.
Sure.
How long is the range actually?
It's like a mile.
I mean, it's quasi questionable at this stage, right?
Yeah,
As like, there's
if
metaphysics
you'll
involved.
allow it,
Mhm.
I'll accept it.
Weirdly,
Um,
if I make you accept it, I've probably allowed it. So yeah.
I mean, what if? No. Anyway, yeah. So I will. Yeah. So, Fleabite, if is Eldris still with you?
Yes,
Mentally?
he here. But what is it? He in trouble? Yes.
Well, maybe, probably not. Let's hope not. Can you send him up?
Yes. Does he go as distraction?
I hope it doesn't come to that.
Where send?
Up. The
Into
pillar.
sky.
Yes.
I think as this is going on, I'll say to Alorian, would the beings downstairs allow him to cross the bridge?
He narrows his eyes. Why would they stop him? He has been summoned.
But they don't know that.
Tell him he's been summoned by Elorian?
Yeah.
DeLorean? Eloise? Yeah, Elorian. Summoned by Elorian. And not to look too shifty.
Yes. We'll tell him.
Okay, yeah.
I'm
so-
reasonably confident he's going to tell him.
And you sing that to Lorraine, sorry, that part.
I did to both of them.
Okay.
Resort to the room.
And I think
Yeah, just, yeah.
you are not speaking directly with this companion.
Oh, there's my my small furry associate, the
How small?
he's making like awkward hand signs as
Mm.
if to indicate giant rat size,
Mm.
and then gives up awkwardly and just says the rat. He's like he's a lot like a rat, but bigger and a lot more upright, and thumbs. He has opposable thumbs, but essentially, anyway, he hears some strange magics and he can communicate mentally with people if he says.
Then he is summoned too.
Oh, you're also summoned.
We have another one who's a monk. Can he come and on?
Are you saying that?
Yeah.
I think
Was he a
Alorian-
monk? I assumed he was a priest.
I think Alorian will state, why would I wish to see him? That's a genuine question, it's not dismissive. It is just like a genuine statement.
He's a dragon.
I was getting there. He is of the Dragonborn race and would probably be interested to have a conversation with you.
He was one of the cloister down in the mountain, the old one, Genasi looking ruin. Well, it's not really a ruin. It's more of a recent ruin, if you see what I mean.
He just gives you a look that clearly says he doesn't see what you mean. And he says, is this Dragonborn a blood relation to the egg you seek?
That we don't know.
Then he is summoned
Are
too.
Are they actually? I was never sure how literal the born part of Dragonborn was. Or the dragon
I sure
part.
they're not
actually.
dragons.
Right, they're definitely just not dragons. It doesn't mean to say that they didn't come from dragons long ago, right? But
Like, yeah, they have an ancestry of a dragon that, I don't know, slightly
Yeah.
like a human or something.
Or
thought
magic.
You know your Dragonlance books.
There was a temple of travel. It was quite nice, but very empty. In the
Right.
forest.
And he kind of nods and goes, a lot of the mountain below is now empty, unfortunately.
Sadly, I don't think that situation will improve while the incursions are ongoing. We did encounter some of the outsiders that were unfriendly.
He kind of like nods as if like hearing you but not necessarily listening, and says, if the new guardian does not take their place, the lower mountain may become barren.
I think that's genuinely, starting to concern Vanger.
And myself.
Mm-hmm. The lower mountain's massive, as you know. You have spent like
Yeah.
a couple of weeks now trying to get up it. Yeah. He kind of just like nods. Right, so Fleabite and gang.
Gang.
I think Fleabite would turn to his compatriots and say,
Wait, stop! Fleabite has been summoned, and you must all accompany Fleabite, yes. But you must not shift. Very important, yes.
Eltris?
Leap the way then.
Perfect. Anything from Kildrath in that scene?
Do we know which direction to go? Is there any?
I think you'd have seen what way the other
Giants.
twos went, right? Like, you'd have probably saw
Yeah.
where they went before you wandered off into the town itself. So I don't think it's too difficult to like backtrack a bit back to like the central point and then head towards the big bridge that leads to the the foot of the tower. There's very,
Excellent,
I was gonna say there's
and
very
guns,
there's very little to really get lost here, other than is it stone or is it slightly different stone? Everything's fairly well laid out.
Stony.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's definitely like it's not like, for example, like the way a city would be laid out. This is like laid out as if what needed to have been here is now here because this is what was needed in this place specifically, not just because it was like built on a grid or something like that.
So it's not Glasgow.
No, 100% not.
Glasgow's also pretty stone based if you look up.
A lot of its time it was very on a grid though.
Yeah.
Not a lot of wooden houses in Glasgow.
Which is fair. Right, so as you start heading there, you just get to the bridge. There's one of the big kind of giant dudes just kind of standing there, and then when you approach, he goes, "You have been summoned by a Lorien. Do not tarry," and gestures over the bridge.
As we start to cross over the bridge, do we see the tree?
No, the tree's in the building.
Yeah.
No.
You're
Okay.
too far away for that.
Still
yeah.
too far away.
I mean, who knows? If you saw it anyway, that might be interesting.
But yeah,
We
if
just
there-
say thank you to that guard guy and go across the bridge.
Yeah.
Give a little nod.
Mhm,
Yeah.
Yep. As you're walking across the bridge, you feel like the wind picking up. You can see it's definitely a bit blowy, I think the technical term would be, over the bridge. So it's definitely wide enough for like two of these giants to walk side by side down this bridge, though. Just in case people are scared in case they get blown off the side, because there's definitely no handrail budget here either.
This was created by George Lucas.
Yeah. You did say that 2 weeks ago as well. And yeah.
Oh, well, then I have an excellent joke.
You have some excellent joke, you are correct.
Oh, nice. He said it twice.
And yep, you just get to the kind of the very like obviously carved by stone shaping entranceway. Do you go inside the big stone tower base?
Yes.
Yeah, I think Fleabite would probably like to point to Eltrist and say, You go first! That is very important, it says yes.
And I think with that, I would probably just say, of course, and just kind of walk in.
You have entered the stone-based gate. Turn to page 64. I think I made that joke last time as well, probably.
Maybe not last time actually, that feels relatively fresh. So
As,
you may have thought it last time, to be fair, though. But yeah, as you walk inside, Eltrist, you are overwhelmed that you need to make a con save.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okie dokie.
I don't know.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. So, on save. It's weird how things. Oh, there we go.
Hey.
Disappear when you need them.
Okay. You feel an overwhelming kind of like fatigue hit you, to the point where it takes all of your strength to like stay on your feet, like to the point where like, you might have to like almost like stagger and then like put a foot in front of you to almost like brace yourself from like falling over. And to the other two as well, it's very, very obvious that like he was about to like potentially faint.
I'm just over the two. I'll reach out and grab him, just to hold him up. Ask him if he's feeling okay. What's wrong? What happened?
And I suppose Eltrist would probably just say, I'm not quite sure. Just a really weird feeling came over me. And I'd kind of just look around the place that we're at just to see if there's anything that may have triggered it. Like
Yeah. And in
the
the
smell of a
middle
dead carcass.
in the middle of the room, you see the tree lit by that kind of column of light coming all the way down. And again, like column of daylight that is. And you stare at the tree and it all just kind of balloons into flower at that point.
Oh, that's kind of cute.
I think it's trying to tell you something.
I'll just look at it and I'd say, Mama? Nah.
Mama! Ooh.
Anyway, the wind.
So,
I did not base this entire arc on that song.
did you
Sure not.
It's actually
Anyway.
7 seeds of rye.
not?
Eltris looks up.
With that, I
Wow.
will ride my bicycle.
For Alex, those songs were by the band Queen.
Those songs are from the soundtrack to the film Queen. No, it's Bohemian Rhapsody it's called, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
So anyway,
The ageism isn't even targeted, which is what I love about it. No offense, Alex. Too young to be targeted. So,
Wow,
yeah.
there are lists for that.
Anyway, Eltris.
so the tree, you said, what did you say about it blooming into a flower? Like, did you say that it bloomed like a flower or it bloomed flowers?
Flowers bloomed from all its branches. Yep.
Okay. Can I go and touch the tree, put my hand on it? Like
Yeah.
the way when I spoke to the Emerald Queen Witch last time, and I touched the tree and somehow that seemed to get her attention. Can I put my hand on it?
Yeah, so you step up onto the kind of almost raised stone platform in the middle. You then... What was that? Is there a way to use my points for reverse inspiration for that Queen statement? Sadly not, Siren Chandra, unless you just give me inspiration against them. So, yeah, you step over like the raised stone section, you step over the almost little water moat, because they're like a circle of water that goes around the base of the tree. You step onto some kind of soil, and then obviously you go up and you put your hand on the kind of trunk of the tree itself.
Yeah.
I nearly said the branch of the tree, my brain's like, that's dumb, it's the trunk. So yeah, the stem of the tree. You rest your hand on that, and yeah, your hand fuses with it.
Oh god, am I stuck to the tree?
Roll a con save.
Oh, why did I do this? Can't save.
Perfect. So
No,
yeah,
not perfect.
you feel branches kind of extending into your arm.
Can I like try and pull it back? Like what? Am I going to lose hit points? if I
roll
try and
roll
get
athletics.
it out. Okie dokie. Oh,
Yeah, you can't. You can't.
Okay.
I need you to roll 2d10 as well.
2d10.
Yeah.
Right.
You can do it from the quick roller if you want.
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to do. Is that done right?
Yeah.
There we go.
So you take 5 damage.
Oh, okay. Okay.
As you do that, the flowers that started to bloom out of your arm all grow thorns.
God.
So Fleabite, Keldrath.
Yeah.
Yes, this way he go first.
I think he's finding a new friend.
What is any pain
Do we
you're shouting
him
out in, or,
off of
yeah?
it?
You know, like yes and no. Like I'm kind of thinking it's only 5 hit points. You know, so I'm kind of like, oh, that's kind of like a scratch. You know. But I suppose I'd maybe look back to Keldrath and Fleabite and be like, little help, please, maybe, if possible. Please.
Probably like scurry over to him, but taking very good care not to touch the tree.
Like, a lot of the roots are fairly visible, because obviously there's not a lot of soil initial. But yeah, definitely like step between them if you want. Get close to him. And Keldrath? Kinda lost you.
The only thing I can think of is to try and drag him back because I don't carry a sword. I've only got a
Mm.
small knife.
Just start
So my
chewing
only
his
option-
arm off, yeah.
Yeah, that's flea bites.
What kind of knife do you have?
A very small one for cooking with.
Bone?
I think what Fleabite means is it will soon become a former type. So, well, somebody could assist him, and he could roll athletics again and try and, obviously, pull back off of it with that. But it depends if you want to that, given that it caused him pain the first time.
Could I maybe shout at the tree and say,
What do you want from the
I
tree?
am the guardian of the forest, let me go. And my people, said Moses. Take that last time.
Let my people go.
Right, so what do you do then, Eltris?
Yeah, I want to kind of maybe say to the tree, if it even understands, if does the tree have ears? But, you know, like I want to speak to the tree and say, I am the forest guardian. I was going to say unhand me, but that's, you know, I don't want to take it too literal and it chopping my hand off while it's
Hmm.
in the trunk. So just say, let me go. Yeah, I'm the guardian of the forest. Let me go.
Okay. Like you're doing nothing else, just speaking to a tree.
I'll try and kind of take my hand back again.
Okay. I assume, Keldrath, you're going to be helping pulling him as well? But I assume that was a yes. Because we never got whatever it was. So, I'll assume that was a yes. And if not, I'm assuming Fleabite could acquiesce, so you can roll with advantage.
I am indeed.
Perfect!
Yes,
There we go.
yes.
Got you back now, yeah. So yeah, Eltris, you can roll athletics again with advantage this time.
Okay.
Hey! roll 4d10.
Wait, actually?
Yeah.
Oh God.
I also need a Keldrath to roll 2d10.
Oh look, I get a crit now, don't I? Jeez.
So Keldrath 2d10 from you as well, if I can.
You
So
can- yeah.
is this for health loss? Yeah.
Yeah, you'll lose that much health.
I'm trying to do the maths.
Okay. If it's easier, you could drag your token on and do the maths
Wow.
that way. Yeah. Also,
I just
yeah,
put-
you take that much damage as well, Keldrath. So what happens is the visual here is obviously like, you know, you used to like speak to the tree and you try and pull back. Keldrath, like, obviously gets a grip of you, tries to pull you back as well. And the kind of like branch effect and stuff, like almost bark skin like spreads really rapidly through you, causing you that much pain, racking your body all the way around to like focusing on where Keldrath's gripped you, and it's like growing thorns there, as if to like discourage him touching you, hence why he's taken damage in this scene as well. So you're now,
Real quick.
yeah, you're still a lot, you're a lot more stuck now. Or at least there's a lot more branch in you.
Okay. So I would turn to Keldrath and say, don't touch me, just in case. And then I'll look back at the tree. Okay. And I'll close my eyes, Ryan. Okay.
Okay.
Take one.
Okay, Thomas.
A state of meditation here, okay?
Okay.
And I'll say to the tree again, I'll say, I'm the guardian of the forest. Let me go. But this time I'm not going to pull my arm back, okay? I'm just going to leave it there.
Okay. Hmm.
In the hopes that the branches kind of disperse. Is that a word? Disperse?
Close enough.
Disperse?
Disperse.
I should disperse as a word as well, though.
So,
While he's doing that, I'm going to turn around to Fleabite and I'm going to say, can you call up to Thoden and
anger.
I can't remember his name. Head's gone. Vanguard, and ask for help.
I mean, they might sort of look at it at Eltris and and consider being like, it seems fine, but will nod and think over to Vanger and say, "Elf thing got stuck in tree down. Yes. It seems to be making stick to him."
That makes it sound like I tried to climb the tree and can't get back down.
Yeah, the tree's attacking you.
He's stuck in the tree. Bring a ladder.
There's a deer just outside eating fruit from the orchard.
I'm being informed he's attached to the tree somehow.
Should set fire to tree, yes?
I can immediately. I am gonna internally just go. No, I don't think we should do that. No. It's probably meant to happen. Tell him that.
Yeah, Fleabite will say to Eltris, yes, this is what you meant to do. More into the tree, yes.
Look, if there's any luck, we'll be right.
I don't know if I want to do that.
Fair. So, what do you do? Eltris?
Well, what happened when I closed my eyes and went into my little state of meditation and tried to talk to it that way, calmly, and not pull back?
Yeah, nothing.
Okay,
Nothing.
Yeehaw.
No, but like what I mean by nothing is like no further growth into him, no pain. You know, nothing can be a good thing.
Okay. I suppose I'd kind of, after what Fleabite's just said, I'd kind of turn round to him with obvious confusion in Eltris's face, and I'd say, "Are you sure I have to go more in?"
Most probable, yes. Or I can take arm off to get free, yes.
So the problem
No,
there.
that's
So
okay.
visually here, the problem for you would be that obviously his arm, while is the only singular point connected to the tree, the roots and bark all seem to go up the entire arm, across his back and down his other arm, wherever like Keldrath was gripping him. Yeah.
I mean, we won't know until we try.
I mean, agreed. That's why I'm saying like there is still technically only his hand as the connector point, so you're not wrong as such. But this isn't quite a cutting off the gangrenous limb before it's grown. This is a just cutting off a bit of gangrenous limb at, say, the wrist when the elbow's all infected still, you know? Just so you are fully informed visually of what you are looking at, that's all. You can still make whatever
we can
choices.
Get him somewhere else is the main thing.
Yeah, I mean,
Do you ever, like...
That the horse is already bolted, but this way we're shooting it so that it's not getting any further.
Yeah,
I hate this.
yeah, these are terrible analogies.
and that's why you have to shoot the horse, because sometimes it gets too far ahead of other horses, and it's not fair.
You
Right.
ever feel that you're with your friends and you're having fun, and then all of a sudden you're like the first person to get like voted off Charlie's and Chocolate Factory's Chocolate Factory?
For me, Tom,
It's
it's more like you were given a way to get past the next challenge and somebody decided to sidestep it. It's almost like that.
What? No.
Remember you were meant to take ownership of killing the Guardian?
Oh yeah, this is all Thoden's fault.
I'm not saying I'm just saying this
You
may
want? I
or
can chuck
may
it down the stairs. Like,
It just stabs into his leg or something. Ah!
plummet 1,000 feet. Here we
These
go.
Ventura scenes now. Oh dear. So, Eltris. Yeah.
Okay, so in the actual game, the last thing that kind of happened was Fleabite saying that I have to go more in the tree.
You can't
you know what,
insight
I'm
Fleabite if you don't believe him, but realistically,
Oh, I mean-
Wenger did kind of say this was probably meant to happen, so I don't know how much you're inciting out of this. Other than maybe just that Fleabite doesn't necessarily believe it, but maybe he does.
Fleabite trusts Vanger.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, yeah.
Is somewhat ambivalent over what happens to?
Wow.
Okay, so are you saying that it's okay, right? Ryan, I'd like to put my other hand on the tree, please.
Okay.
I'm genuinely intrigued to see how this goes. I don't think it's going to go well.
Oh, I don't think so. I just want to like. I
Oh,
want
but
to
this sounds like maybe his power's finally doing something. Or I am sorry, by the way,
No, it's okay.
that you have us as your party members.
Oh, I'll just assign you a new character sheet just now for the break. 2 seconds.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Wait, are you actually?
Oh dear God. No, why would I do that? Clicks, buttons, assign it.
Oh, what's this? New character sheet. No,
Yeah. So, anyway. Right, so, you put your hand on.
yeah.
Your Eloquence save.
Nope. Oh,
Hey!
that. Oh, I don't have advantage. I'm really sorry. I still had advantage clicked.
It's okay, the 26 is still the first number. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you can feel the tree about to grow into your arm. But it's not. It's almost as if it's like kind of growing around your hand as opposed to in or through it. Now, you get the impulse whether or not you want to allow it in or keep it out.
If you fight it, it'll destroy you.
Allow it in.
You're so malleable. Dear gods.
In my defense, I was thinking the exact same thing. So yeah, let's just allow it in. Let's do it.
I do think that genuinely might be the case. Like, this might be a thing where you're like, yeah, we do not want to.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Should we not ask DeLorean? You know, my friend's been eaten by a tree. Is there anything we can do?
No, that's fine. That all seemed to be handled by Vanger saying it's probably supposed to happen. And Fleabit going, go in! Big thumbs up. Slowly pushes him. So, yeah. What happens is probably quite obvious to everybody, is that his other hand starts to kind of go all barky skinned and grows flowers all up it. It's also stuck to the tree.
Right.
Wait, is the flowers growing on me too?
Remember
Oh,
those
that's cute.
the flowers on the other arm when you tried to pull it away all grew
Yeah.
thorns?
Oh yeah, so they did. That's
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Elvis is having a great time.
So yeah, I'm glad you're having a good time, but now both your hands are stuck on the tree. You probably find that all the stuff that's like went over your back and down like to your elbow of your other arm probably is now like met up with the like kind of bark skin and kind of tree vibes that are growing through you. So yeah.
Yeah. I'm starting to think this wasn't meant to happen.
Okay, so what does Eltress do in that scene then?
Well, that's just a player thing that I think this wasn't meant to happen, but I think Eltress is still probably pretty confident with this, and like, yeah, everything's okay here. So like, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I kind of just want to say like, he just wants to like relax and not tense up. You know what I mean? And just kind of like to let the tree know that he's allowing it, if that makes sense, you know, and just kind of like see what the tree does next, if that makes sense. If it will like take me in or not, or
Yeah, sure.
let me go, or you know, and it like. But Elfris would.
So one
probably
might
be
say the phrase "surrender to the tree"-ish.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
If
the
it
tree
doesn't
madness.
kill me.
Okay, yeah. Okay, it's not a terrible plan, right?
Yeah.
Give me a will save. Or a wisdom
A
save,
what
I should
save?
say. A wisdom save.
Oh, no, I've only got a 1 to that. Oh.
So, Eltress, everything goes dark for you, but to everybody else. And by that I mean to Fleabite and Keldrath who are there, and the camera crew.
Using the camera.
All the bark grows all over him, and like all the flowers grow and bloom all over him, and a very nice scent fills the room at the base of the tower.
Ode de Toi Eltris. That's what it's called.
And yeah, the ring of water all seems to like dry up as well. And that's where we go to break.
I shouldn't have went in that. She should have.
So I'm gonna mute us. and hopefully Alexander will check the audio on the stream for me, but in theory, everything should work. Yeah, I think it's working. Does somebody want to speak just now?
Sounding alright?
Yep, perfect. Yep, good.
Killed
Sounds
that back.
good. Yeah.
It makes noises, but it's
I am
no.
indeed.
The main
Okay.
thing about the audio was you guys, not necessarily me, because the last time it was the player audio we lost for the second half of the Friday game, which,
Yeah.
as I said, weirdly, I wouldn't have minded if my audio wasn't there, if we got everybody else's. Because I think you could probably parse together enough of the
What you
game.
were saying.
Mm-hmm. Or just be super curious as to what I said that one time. But when it's just me and there's like 6 people muted, yeah, it's garbage. So, yeah, not ideal. But anyway, welcome to part 2 of session 62 of The Invasion with me, your host, me. It's the 18th of August 2021. I'm Ryan the GM, and here's the players.
Hello, I am me, and I will be playing the character I always play, which is me. So I tried to take your joke and continue with it, and I'm really sorry. On a serious note, I'm Tom. I'll be playing Eltris for maybe just tonight, and next week we'll see who I am at that point with the new character. But yeah, in the meantime, just happy to be a part of it
Did you see there's
for
a
the
character
short
sheet?
time that I will be. Yeah, I've had a little look at that. It's quite interesting.
What, just say Pash, you are with the random name generator right at the top of the journal tab, yeah? You not see that now?
Yeah.
Mm.
No, I didn't actually. I'm just saying this to for the jokes for the people at home.
Nah, legit made you on your character sheet.
In a couple of all at home.
Whereabouts is it?
Top of the journal.
Oh no, there is actually a thing.
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh no.
Eltris, the Forest Guardian.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Fleabite the Skaven, still a bit terrible at everything. Also, I'm not sure if it's just me, or I think, Ryan, one of your mics might be reverbing a bit.
Me? How dare you? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Might just be my
Good
headset.
evening, everyone. My name's Chris. I'm going to be Keldrath, the Dragonborn monk. With a terrible internet tonight, my voice connection seems to dropping.
Oh, it does kind of sound like it's having that, doesn't it? Interesting. Carry on, folks.
Hi guys, for the second time. I am Thoden Stormwatcher, the Tempest Domain Cleric, and I still don't have 5G.
Good evening. I am Colin. I'll be playing Vanger, the Dwarven Cleric Druid, person, guy, etc.
I'm muted, so I didn't step on that particular intro there. As
Thank
well.
you.
Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. So, yeah. So, here we are. The hearing and the knowing. Also, thank you, Natalie. Thank you very much. Hopefully they'll come through doubly, like Alexander feared, and what my audio levels told me. So, we'll see how that goes. I'm a bit too scared to mess with cables since one of them's the webcam cable. So, yeah, might just cut me off again. The joys. But anyway, so Fleabite, Keldrath. What's the plan now?
Touched the tree. Touched the tree.
Fix it.
I don't know, I think Keldrath touched Eltris last, that means he has to bury him.
You touched the last.
I'm not touching it again. I lost 4 of my hit points. Life points. There's no way I'm going near that tree.
I think Fleabite will probably just like poke the tree entombed art with not with like skin, just crowbar. Yeah, just like tap it with crowbar.
What are you tapping with the crowbar? The tree or the embarkened
Yes, the
Eltris?
encapsulated elf.
Okay. And Gonna do this with a crowbar.
Yes.
So you want to knock on wood?
Seemingly.
I hate that so much. That's so bad.
Whew. Yes, you're right, Tom. That was a bit naughty of me, wasn't it? Yes. Terrible. Anyway. So yeah, you hit your crowbar off, I guess, the wooden leg that is Ultras. Unless you're aiming somewhere specific. But yeah. It's like you hit a tree.
I'm going through my.
Yeah.
So you're going through your character sheet, yep. I don't know if I'll let you parse all of this, but I'll try. Nope. Give me a second.
Audio died dead.
Yep. No audio from Keldrath. I know his Discord does the weird thing though, where if it doesn't decide to take over the computer, it gives all its resources away. Hello.
Is it the spam? My
Oh.
hello,
Hello again. Yes. So
Is that
yep,
any
you check your character sheet is what we got.
hello. Yeah, could I roll again since I just find out whether Eltris is being actually harmed here? I know he's disappeared, but
I think
would be able to tell that.
I don't know if insight is I don't know if there's much to read because it is just like him now made of wood that you're looking at, and you know that he yelped in pain from connecting with it and trying to pull away from it, and when you tried to help him pull away, you both got hurt. So I think you know that, at least. Whether or not if he's still in pain, I don't know if you'd be able to tell. I don't think there's a role that would necessarily let you tell that, like visibly, because there's not really like body language anymore. If that makes sense. And it's not quite the Han Solo in Carbonite face of I don't want this look that he very visibly has. He did kind of have a very peaceful surrendering to the tree moment before he got completely encased, so...
R.I.P.
Then I'm going to turn to
Pieces
Flea
and
Bite
pieces.
and just say, Flea Bite, can you let Vanguard know what's happened again, please?
Fleabite will think to anger.
Yeah, tell mum.
Elfthing wanted to get inside tree. Now, Elfthing is completely covered in wood bark, yes.
Oh.
But this was meant to happen, yes. That is what Vanger says.
Perhaps. Let's see. And I will say to
Alorian?
Elorian. How Lothlorien? To Elorian, he seems to have merged with the tree somehow.
And then Alorian raises an eyebrow and says, "This new guardian, you say?" As if confirming what you were telling him.
Yeah, I give him a confused and some worried nod.
And then Kay says, "Why did he touch the tree?"
I don't have an answer for that.
You told him to?
Eltris would have an answer.
I didn't tell him to. He'd already touched the tree before I knew about it.
Also, as he says this, he just like walks over and then starts petting the cat that sleeps on the back of the chair. I'll now zoom out.
When was there a cat in the room?
You just never scroll down to where his big chair is.
Oh my god, look, there's a cat.
Do we sleep a cat?
Is that the black dot?
Not in the middle, but
Oh.
right down at the very bottom.
Wait, is there actually a cat?
Yeah, been a cat here the whole time.
Oh, you're not doing a bet.
Legit, he walks down. Yep. To say that
Okay.
Is it a normal sized cat?
Might help if I just moved everybody's viewpoint.
Oh, I can see it. Oh, I didn't notice the.
Hey, you'd probably have to like shout to be heard from the distance.
Oh no,
It
he's
was
just
a,
saying this
yeah.
just sort of aloud to the room. The cat.
It just yawns and then kind of goes back to sleep. And he just walks over
What?
and then sits in his chair. The cat is on like the top of the headrest at the back. It is a normal sized cat for like all intents and purposes as well. Not like a weirdly giant cat.
So he shouldn't have touched the tree then.
Like Alorian sat in the chair and he's got like his legs crossed. And he stares at you and he goes, "It would be considered rude in my culture to touch that which does not belong nor concern you."
Hey.
So he looks at you and goes, "So it must be one of those."
I'm
we
not
at
sure
this
I follow
point
what he's
wouldn't
saying.
know.
Well, he's saying it either belongs or concerns
Mm.
your companion, is what he's getting at there. That's not too difficult to read from his meaning, even if
Okay.
it was for us.
We wouldn't know that Eltris got a tingle, would he?
Can we
No.
please stop calling it a tingle?
Also, you don't know what most of what's happened, I guess, other than what Alorian has said to Vanger, I guess. And whatever Vanger said back to
Yeah.
Alorian directly. Yeah. A lot of that was head speak. But I think you could probably parse together that
Yeah.
something happened and he's touched the tree that's went badly.
Aye.
Perhaps we should try and assist him.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Let's head back down. If we are permitted.
Alorian kind of nods and says, "You may go and collect your companion, and you shall stay," and points to Vanger.
Very well.
Is there a way for me to get him out the tree unharmed?
And then Alorian just kind of looks at you and just shrugs.
Yes, ma'am. Right, okay. So then I'll be off. We'll be back momentarily.
I wish you good luck.
Yeah, I think we might need it.
Hmm. So,
We'll see.
yeah.
You too.
So while Thoden's heading downstairs, does Vanger have anything super secret private he wants to talk to Alorian about, or are you happy to just let that play out?
Okay. I don't know that he does, but does anyone else think there's anything he should raise now? You know what? In fact, it occurs to me the way he reacted to the thing about the egg
Mm.
definitely felt like he had a preference.
Mm.
So maybe I'll take this opportunity to say, well, wander close enough to be heard and say,
Yep.
it seemed, it seemed when you asked about the egg that, well, to begin with, that you weren't surprised that we said as much, and also that perhaps you had some ideas of your own regarding the egg. If I may, I'm curious as to what your thoughts on the matter are.
I don't roll persuade.
Do I want to? Yeah, will I? Sure, why not? I'm not very persuasive. I'm a dumpy wee weirdo.
It's alright, it's alright.
And I'm not even talking about my character. No, I'm average height.
So,
I just want to put that out there.
So, what size are you? Medium. Yep.
I'm all average.
So, Valorian kind of laughs, and then like half turns and just kind of like pets the cat like over his shoulder, like to the kind of headrest on the big stone chair. And then he kind of turns to you as you say that, and he says, "My preferences are important to you on your journey."
Well, I seek knowledge and wisdom wherever I can find it, and
He puts his hand up and he goes, "No, I mean, I understand your concern about my preferences and your fear if I were to stop your journey here based on my preferences." And then kind of like looks at you as if, do you follow?
I do follow. Yeah.
Yeah, it was almost like, yeah, I wasn't asking a question, it was more like making a statement initially. And then he says, "If you are to get there, and it falls to you, the fate of this egg, and merely seeing is no longer viable, do you wish it harm, or to see it hatch? It is quite a thing to welcome dragons back to this world." Keep in mind, at this point I'm going to remind people that you can choose to insight to see if he thinks that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I mean, I'm inclined to say that he thinks it's a bad thing, but you know what? I am going to insight that.
I just want to give people like good, moments to, choose when
It's
to
a
do
decent
so.
roll.
It's a very good roll, yeah. I think the main thing you can tell from his statement is it is a very important choice. Very important choice that he clearly has strong opinions about, but he doesn't seem to be giving away his opinion, and it seems like it's very deliberate choice of language and body language and everything that he's doing so that you can't read him before he gets...
Yeah, he's very much giving me as little as possible to just so as not to sway my answer.
But you can tell, based on what you've witnessed of him thus far, that he's now aware how aware you are of him, given that you were able to obviously pose this question to him in the first place, and you can tell that he clearly wants your answer first. That's what you're getting from that.
I think Vanger thinks on it, and he probably quite visibly thinks, like leans his two hands on his staff, which is quite high up. Like it's not like he's leaning on something at waist height. It's almost as tall as him. So he's like probably hunched slightly from the leaning on it. If anything, if it were all in my judgment alone, there was a reason. Dragons were driven from this world, but gives me no pleasure to destroy a beast that's not yet born. Fear. I fear I would Yeah, he genuinely doesn't know.
Mhm.
I fear I would. To brashly see it destroyed, but equally, I'm unconvinced that I would be able to go through with that. I don't know.
You hear just a kind of like chuckling that slowly builds. Kind of more to himself, and realizes it's, you know, obviously a bit more amusing than he obviously first thought. And these chuckles can like fill the top of the tower. And he
Okay.
says, seems that you are walking a path that you're not even sure you wish to walk.
Perhaps. That might be true. In many ways, I can't deny that has been true. But I didn't choose my path. And I don't know that had I been given the opportunity to choose my path in this life, I would have chose a better one, or a wiser one, or a more meaningful one. I believe. I have faith. And if it fails me at that crucial moment, well, perhaps my friends will not.
He chuckles again, and like stands back up off of his chair. He like looks at his cat and then like, pets it very gently with his obviously giant fingers, and then like just takes a couple of steps kind of towards you, and he says, "You are a nurturer of life, and yet you walk with death." And he gestures to the stag head.
That troubled me. But I've long since accepted that, at least for flesh and blood creatures such as myself, the two are inseparable.
He nods kind of slowly, and he says, "This is something I have seen. Also, for those below."
You do not reside in the same cycle as we do.
He chuckles. And he says, "Perhaps long ago, I would have been bound to that cycle, as you are. But that has
A
long..."
former genasi, I wonder.
He chuckles and goes,
Sorry.
"And that has long since passed."
Yes, that certainly struck me. I confess it's humbling, not for the first time, to be before a being that's not bound by the same rules that I am.
He kind of chuckles a bit to himself. And he says, I would make the most of these moments while you still experience them fully. There may come a time where you transcend them yourself.
Well, if that's to be, I hope I rise to the occasion.
He just chuckles to himself and he goes, "You are indeed a man of faith." And he just laughs very warmly and kind of bellyachy.
I think Travanger actually chuckles. It's like, yes, that's a fair assessment.
And he just kind of like, I guess, like warmly gestures like towards you as if, you know, you don't have to stand so far, and he goes, "Come, pet the cat." And then we cut to Thoden huffing it down all the stairs of the tower as he's running in circles, essentially descending the big spiral staircase until you get to the bottom. Obviously, the closer you get, the more you can see the tree come into range, and then you can see just the visible scene of Eltris with both hands leaning onto the tree, covered in bark, and the other two just kind of staring at him as you reach the bottom.
I think at that stage you literally just go, "What on earth has gone on here?" Like, I heard snippets. How?
I'll reply to him. He's when we entered the room, Eltris saw the tree bloom and went over to touch the tree as it bloomed, and this was the result. Did you get any of that?
Got all of that?
Yeah.
I'm never sure.
Yep, no, we got it all, don't worry, yep. Fleabite, any additions or amendments to that statement?
Just like very quietly, slowly, imperceptibly trying to just like take a few steps away so that he's not as close to the two.
Watch a chair.
I enjoy the imperceptibly description. Yeah, it's good.
And just probably say, I'll just go in first. Elf thing. Yeah, definitely scrub the fact that elf thing went in first, rushed ahead, made sure to be the only one to go ahead. Some tried to stop him, but he must rush always, yes.
Yeah.
That's finished. That in bed.
So, yeah, Thoden.
I walk to the bottom of the ramp. Obviously, I'm still walking down as I'm saying things. Is there a way for me just to sort of try and pull him off?
Just gonna find my best Korg gif for a moment. Give me a second.
Yeah.
So,
Are you asking us that, or are you saying that out loud,
It's
or
wait, what?
because
Sorry,
we've
yeah.
already tried that and
whew, maturity. Okay, sorry. So you're asking me the GM,
Yes.
right? Because you're really bad at this Thoden voice, Chris voice
I know.
differentiation.
I know. It's the
So-
same voice.
So, I mean, he seems to be. This just looks like a weirdly growing tree now, right? Because you've got what you remember seeing of the tree, and now there's this outgrowth that now seems to look
Mhm.
like Ultra's touching it. So yeah, there's that.
are you going to make a grab for it? Because if you do, the first thing I'm going to tell you to do is don't do that because it hurts.
Okay, I'm assuming you tried to help him.
Whenever it first happened, I tried to drag him off, and the branches and the trees attacked me.
What about
Very
now?
strongly attacked me. I haven't gone back near. I can only give you a warning. You wish to try, that's up to you.
Have any of you tried to touch it at all with anything?
Yes.
I don't.
Hold up crowbar.
How did it sound?
Like this. And I'm just like,
Mm,
Yeah, I guess it sounds like crowbar hitting wood. Like,
my que-
yeah.
the question I would ask is, was it hollow?
No.
Right. Just in case it was like, it sucked him in and just teleported him somewhere else, rather than
Fair, yeah.
he became a tree. Right, okay. Don't know if that GIF is a hint.
No, it was just to the one above.
Ah, okay.
Okay, never mind that comment then.
Police protect. Oh, yeah, that makes more sense. Don't set him on fire.
Purely just that nightmare fuel that is that dancing tree thing.
That's Eltress.
Sure.
Just if he says so.
Mm.
I don't even know if there's anything I could do in regards to.
Odin, did anything happen upstairs that may have affected this, that may have caused this to start?
The only thing that happened upstairs was a conversation.
Between
Me, Vanger, and Alorian. I don't know if you caught that from the other giant as we were sent here, but because Vanger could speak Primordial, we were summoned to go and speak with Alorian, which is why we came here.
And do you think Alorian could have caused this?
He didn't give any indication that he did anything. It was just a conversation.
Okay. Do you think that... Why didn't Vanger come with you? I thought as a druid he may be able to help with this.
He was told to stay there. The only thing Alorian did say was, why did he touch the tree? Why would he touch something that didn't belong to him or was none of his business?
the register snorts.
It was like a bee to a pretty flower. It bloomed and he went to touch it. There was no harm, no thought. He just reached out.
Would you say more?
Is compelled the word you're looking for?
Yeah. Did it seem almost trance-like?
That might just have been the boss
Possibly.
music.
Because he did feel faint before he'd done it. So maybe.
Okay. Did any of you have any side effects walking in here? Or was it just him?
No. Flea bite strong.
Nothing for me either until I tried to help.
and then you get attacked.
Fleabite smart.
Fleabite uses crowbar. Yeah.
I know I'm a tree, but I
So-
still have feelings, okay, Fleabite? God.
Trees have feelings too. They don't.
If a tree gets crowbarred in the woods, does it have feelings?
if the,
Do you hear a tree if it gets hit by a crowbar in the woods? There's no one around. Do you hear it?
Fleabite hits with a crowbar, or you just.
Yep.
That is a muffled ow because I'm a tree.
It look like not go anywhere. Should go find dwarf thing.
Yeah. Head up the stairs. I'll stay here for a moment and see if I can figure something out to try and help him.
Try not to get stuck. Yes.
And Fleabite will
I will try.
Yep, yep. Yeah, we'll get
Need
Keldrath.
someone to carry things.
And on Parton, I'll say, we really don't want this Forest Guardian to lose its head, like the last one.
We already seem to be another guardian down.
Possibly. I wander up the stairs.
Yeah. Rightio. So, Thoden, while they're climbing the stairs, anything you're doing down there? Also, I found some cool art that isn't quite appropriate, because obviously it's not the base of a tower, but it's quite cool nonetheless.
I was looking for something like that, and like when they were talking to the guys coming over the tower, like evil tree type thing. I couldn't really find anything like this. I was going to look down the routes of.
Roots.
Yep. Can you remember the Unspeakable Avatar film, the live action type one?
Nope, not at all. Didn't happen.
No, well, there was apparently a scene in that where there was a koi cart, but there was a tree type thing. I was with the water in front of it. I was going to sort of get that. Sort of basically
Okay.
the same thing. I was going to throw that art in.
So, yeah, you're here. There's the tree. And tree Eltris. Eltrees.
Damn it, I'd written that down as a suggestion for the.
Ha! That's what we call sniped. So, what'd you do? What's the plan?
I'm going to try and talk to him.
Okay, what'd you say?
Eltris, hello. He's obviously investigating, just sort of knocking on the wood. Like,
Okay, yeah, I mean, you again tap on the wood. It's gonna sound like you're knocking on a tree. Yep.
I don't know whether I do that or not.
Find a cool one.
I
actually
do have
has
a
that.
hand axe.
Okay, yeah, I like where this is going.
I could
I
try and lumberjack it
Okay.
and try and cut the bark off him.
Okay. These next images I've sent are just, I like the fact it's got like the circular moat that I described.
I was thinking, like, I completely agree with your "why isn't the druid down here" take. Although, have I actually described myself as a druid? Maybe I have. In
think-
game, I'm
I
not
think
sure. It's
You maybe
possible I
just
did.
look druidy.
Yeah, I certainly do. That's fair. Anyway, I might have said it anyway, but I mean, we've got yourself and Fleabite, and I don't know what monks have, but
Punching.
between the three of you, there's got to be something other than cut it down, right?
I mean, to be fair, the other two are already heading upstairs, so this is.
Are they
it's
already?
just,
Oh, sorry,
it's
I
just Odin.
lost track there. Apologies.
Mm.
Yeah, Fleabite just reckoned it's tree, it's not going anywhere, it'll be fine.
That's true. I don't. I mean, because I don't really know that I have anything particular that would be. I could probably change it out if I went for a nice sleep to get something relevant, but I don't know if I actually have anything relevant to hand.
Mm. Might have to stay the night then, right?
Hmm.
Maybe I could entangle again. See if that
That was
helps.
fun.
You giving Soden warning or leaving him entangled with it?
Just just to encourage the process.
Yeah,
Hurry it
mhm.
along.
Fuel for the so-called fire. So Thoden, what's the plan? Or is it just wait with tree?
Anybody got a good nature roll?
Surprisingly,
I have
mine's
quite
not
a
that
good
good.
nature roll.
Of course you do, you're a tree.
Yeah, roll it before you touch a tree next time, then, please.
Could I roll investigation to see if there's anything round about that could help release him?
A nice button.
Yeah, just
So, I mean, you can just look around the base of the tower if you want. You can roll investigate, yeah?
hmm.
But that is
I'll vote for
based
that.
on what I said and not what you said.
Guys, if I disappear for a second, I will be back.
So yeah, you look around, and yeah, there seems to be very little related to this tree in this room, other than that it's completely shaped out of stone, as everything is here. And the fact that there's like a raised up section, a dried up moat, because obviously there used to be water around the tree. That all seems to have been drained away now. And yeah, as I said, roots from the tree that go in through the soil, a tiny patch of soil, the tree in the middle, and now obviously this encased Lotris bark shape attached to it. And
So is it made of stone or wood?
what is what made of stone or wood?
Eltrus currently.
It's made of wood.
Is it actually wood?
It said looks all wooden. Yep, looks just like the trees growing over them. Yeah,
Okay.
it's just the trees sat in soil that is on stone, because everything the tower is stone. And as I said, the only thing that used to be around the tree was this like moat of water, this circle of water, but that's gone now.
I feel like this has turned into the magic mirror situation.
You say that about every problem though.
I know.
What do you mean by that?
Ah, it's fine. It's nothing.
What it means by that is there was no solution to that problem, so it won't help you here.
Yeah.
Okay.
That implies it's a solution to this problem.
I think most problems have solutions.
Okay.
It's whether or not we're ever aware of them or can achieve them is a different thing.
Can I like get involved here and like just step away from the tree? Like, is that a thing? Just walk back out.
Can I just leave? It's a little joke, guys. So wherever to go.
Got yous.
Several centuries later. Don't know. Can you?
I don't know, can I?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So Thoden, anything? No? Is that it, just looking around and then realising he's still made of wood?
Yeah, if there's nothing really much I can do,
Hmm.
I'll just head back up the stairs and leave him just now.
Yeah, sure. That works for me.
Bye.
Oh dear. Right, so we get to the top of the tower again, where Fleabite and Keldrath join Vanger, and then so then you can just have run after them to, bridge the
Right.
I imagine you were that far behind them, so yeah, you just can all be at the top of the tower again.
What's
Fleabite immediately hides behind Chandra. Upon seeing.
is he still then? Take that to say it.
Who's that?
Yes.
Who's that aimed at?
Everyone in general.
Yeah, I had a look around. It seems sort of good and stuck. I
Sorry.
oh no, you go.
So I was going to say, I thought from what they initially said that perhaps this was the process finally kicking in, and that perhaps would emerge from it powered rather than, well, stuck.
Yeah,
Maybe
From
he
what
just needs time.
yeah,
Perhaps.
I'm thinking very much butterfly effect, like his larva
cocoon.
cocoon. Yeah,
It's a good thought. I hope it's the
I'm going
case.
to relay the story. Just basically, he saw the tree bloom, and he went and touched it, and it started to envelop him.
like an envelope.
Now it bloomed as you entered. Then, aye.
Yes, Eltrist. He felt faint. I caught him. Next thing, he was walking towards the tree, and when he saw it bloom, as I said to Thoden, it was like a bee to a flowering plant. Just went straight to it.
Really did respond. Eat it. Oh no. That is interesting.
There was no malice in the action. I wouldn't even say the curiosity, just went to it and reached out and tried to pull him away from the tree, away from the branch, and it attacked me. From there, we're lost. We don't know what comes next.
I'm going to then address Alorian.
Mm-hmm.
So I've tried to investigate the area around my friend in the tree, and I personally couldn't find anything to release him. Is there anything you can do to assist, or is this just a process he must go through?
What would you have me do?
Ideally, enlighten us to what the tree really is.
He chuckles to himself. Quite probably intimidating for those that have heard it for the first time, because it's quite loud, bellowy. He just looks
Please
at
don't
you.
say it's just a tree.
He says, "It is a tree.
There's
Just-
nothing unique about it.
It was a gift from the former guardian.
Ah,
It was but a seed back then.
Would
That
that
does
seed
seem-
have been from the tree in the forest below?
He just chuckles and he says, I do not know where the seed came from, merely that it was a gift.
then perhaps it was that specific tree. Perhaps not just any tree that would have triggered this process. The connection to the guardian. I'm encouraged. still concerned.
Okay, Alorian just chuckles a bit to himself, as if lost in his own thoughts.
Lorraine, perhaps I should have a look at it and see if I can figure anything out direct.
He kind of looks down at you and says, if you think it will help your friend, go ahead.
I give him a nod, a firm nod,
Mhm.
and then turn to the party and do the same to them, and I trot off.
Yep.
On the way out, I'll grab your shoulder.
Hmm?
As a hold on a second.
Oh, I didn't.
I was told by Keldrath that he was also attacked by the tree.
I like Keldrath standing right next to you when you say this.
I'll
Keldrath.
confirm. I confirm. Whenever Elfris was first being enveloped again, I did try to drag him off, and the tree did damage me.
Technically,
But
Eltris
did-
damaged you. Technically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you feel
technically,
that the
yes.
tree was trying to grab at you?
I would say it was trying to defend rather than
If anything, it wanted to push you away.
yes. It wanted me to stop.
Aye, this is very specifically about him. Right. Well, thank you for the heads up.
Not a problem, friend.
I'm off to have a look.
Do you
And
head
it's,
over?
he's probably, you probably can watch him trot down for a fair bit.
Probably as you're trotting down, Fleabite will think over to you, just like,
Is giant dangerous? Yes.
He seems reasonable and friendly enough, but I imagine he can be if he chooses to. Play nice.
Fleabite stays praise.
And then, as Vanger leaves after some time, Alorian steps closer to the group. I'll just move you away for a bit. And then Alorian just steps closer and just looks at everybody and goes, well, what have you of Alorian? He addresses like Keldrath and Fleabite. Any responses? Yeah, I was gonna say any responses.
I just he's going to go first.
Well, the trick there, from a player point of view on stream, is to say Fleabite after you. Well, dead air aside, folks.
Fleabite after you.
Fleabite or Keldrath? Who's speaking?
I think Fleabite would just say, like,
Is he looking at us? Is he looking at Fleabite?
He's looking at both of us. I'll step forward and say, I'm Keldrath. I was brought up as a monk in the destroyed temple. Maybe a week's
Descent,
travel.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, a week or so down the hill, we were attacked. I joined this party, and we're heading to Barras. They have been tasked. I believe they probably told you this to find the dragon egg. I have joined them because my friends, my family, are all dead. and the mystery around Barris and the dragon egg has drawn me.
He looks quite like almost excitable after you say that to him, and he kind of leans in a bit to you and he says, "Are you blood tied to this egg?"
I cannot answer that question. My history within the Dragonborn is short. My family travelled to the monastery while I was still young. My journey began as the attacks from the visitors to this planet began. I was returning home for my naming day, and I would have known more then, but at the moment, I do not know how to answer your question.
Kind of like nods, kind of like scratching at like his cheek. And he says, "And why do you seek the egg? Do you wish it harm, or to see it hatched?"
In reality, neither. From the little knowledge I know, the dragons have all been destroyed. So to hear of an egg, I personally feel that the egg must be protected. It doesn't mean I wish to see dragons and the possible destruction that dragons can cause upon the world return, but I can't see the egg destroyed. I won't see the egg destroyed.
He kind of like nods slowly, as if thinking that over. And he looks to Thoden, says, "You have something on your mind? Concern for your companion below? Or something else?"
Both. In honesty.
You wish to check on your companion below? I trust you will return.
I'm sure he will be fine in the hands of a dwarven friend.
So he is not the only one who holds faith. He kind of chuckles.
Fleetblade's eyes roll.
No, I am a man of my own faith. I follow a strict creed of my own religion.
He kind of just nods to that. And when you are ready to speak more, speak. And as he says that, he just says, "Little one!" Very loudly.
I guess Fleabite probably looks at Keldrath, just because like Thoden's big, and you know he can't be talking to Fleabite, so he must be talking to Keldrath.
No,
There's
I
a-
shake my head and
Yeah.
nudge me forward slightly.
There's definitely like the kind of canting of his head to the side, like looking around Keldrath deliberately at you, Fleabite, yeah. Step forward, is all he says next. Kind of like points in front of him.
I think Fleabite like does take a put a nose round the side of Keldrath, and just to try and get a see at him. And is he still floating?
No, he's standing on the ground. He's pretty much not floated since the dragon egg was mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Does he look at all?
He does look
I
at all,
guess-
yes. He looks very at all.
Not very tall.
Can Fleabite investigate or another skill to see if he has a Genasi resemblance, basically?
I have no idea what that would be, but let me try and think. I feel like the default here is
Good try,
history, which is like the
okay.
most boring role possible. But
It was really just sort of comparing him to Memory of the
yeah,
Day.
I got that, which is why I thought history. But don't know. Depends what you're looking for. Like, what Ovadir do you see in this guy?
He's got like blue hair, doesn't he?
I mean, I suppose. Yeah.
He's
Um,
windy.
Yeah.
And-
True. He is windy. Yep.
Yeah, while he was floating,
He
there was a
doesn't
lot
have the
stronger.
accent though, which is the main thing.
Yeah, neither does
Celestial
Adair half the
accent.
time. And yeah, I guess I was sort of wondering when he said that he was given the seed.
Mm.
You know what? Maybe Fleabite just straight up asks. Fleabite will say to him, "You given tree sapling seed by Green Thing Witch."
Okay, chuckles and says, "No. Come forward, little one." And points again in front of him.
But we'll just take the step forward, like still very
Mhm.
much on his haunches, ready to make an expeditious retreat.
I say, cast those spells he never casts. And then yeah, chuckles and he says, "You can come closer. I promise you I will not harm you. At least not intentionally." He just chuckles to himself.
Okay, what boat-based shenanigans can I put out this time?
Just hide in piles of silver coins.
I think Fleabite will say, I guess he's just pointing close at.
Yeah, pretty much in front of him. Yeah. Sadly within arm's reach. Yeah, that's exactly where
Well,
he's pointing.
Yeah, I kind of presume I'm already somewhat at arm's reach.
I mean, I would hate to say anything statistically relevant.
So, so taking the disengage. I'll take this step so that I'm closer to still within arm's reach of Keldrath anyway.
I mean, keep in mind that this guy's square is like those three
Yeah,
enemies, so that is as close as you can get without going under him.
Which I can.
Yeah, he's a big one. So
I can see your skirt.
yeah. I can see very distinctly that you have no shoes now. So
Because we have gotten that wrong in the past. Specifically, Alexander has gotten that wrong. You can move 2 sizes larger, not 1 size.
right. But I think that's been fine because you've only moved through large things and you're small. So medium large. I've always done that.
There was one time I moved through a Gith,
Oh,
but I did have enough movement. I could have gone around it,
okay.
and I had disengaged. So ultimately, it was fine. But
Yeah. Okay. It wasn't just like a really, really big gift, no.
oh no, you've given him ideas.
Inflate them. Right. Helium no. So anyway, so Lorraine chuckles as if like just at your trepidation and all this. And he kinda like can almost hear the kind of the bones crack and creak as he like hunches down. As he like almost like flicks up his trousers a little bit so it's less awkward for him to like kinda hunch down. And he like outstretches a hand and then just starts petting you.
Probably like freeze as soon as contact is made.
And kind of just chuckles to himself and then like slowly like kind of pets you a bit more. He goes, "I like this. Less fear that I will cause harm, for you are bigger. And he kind of like just vaguely looks back over at his chair and back at you guys. And he says, "And what of you? And the egg."
That question carry great heavy weight.
I imagine the egg too. He chuckles to himself.
Man things have died for answering question.
He kind of makes a face, like he's thinking about that, and just slowly nods and says, "I imagine many who have sought the peak of Mount Barris have died in vain." And just nods. So like an almost non-response to your statement.
You know of way to Barris Peak?
Yes.
Is it the path that we tried?
He chuckles and says, "And what path did you try?"
What led us here, yes?
And chuckles and says, "What led you here?"
Probably just look at Thoden.
No, excuse me. Thoden, any response?
No.
You got this, little buddy.
Is the path to Barris the same as the path away from Barris, yes?
And I think he stops petting you and like almost like grips his chin with his hand as if thinking that, and he says, "No, like all paths, they are different." He kind of like gives you like a look as if he's not sure if you got that or not.
Fleabite has known that getting away from Barris, yes, but not has heard of any that get to Barris.
He has to think about that. Like his eyes go a wee bit wide, as if he's clicked. He goes, "You have met the Baru."
Mammoth things, yes.
He chuckles a bit to himself.
Great and large, but not as great and large as you think.
He chuckles. Kind of looks at himself briefly and then is almost self-consciously and then looks back at you. And just like slowly pets you again. Maybe a tiny bit harder than last time. And he says, "And what did this Baru tell you? Did they not tell you the way to their home?"
They say that leaving was not of ease or what they enjoy want.
Can I investigate to see if his finger is getting dirty?
I mean, it's probably just perception, right? And I think you don't even need to really roll for that if you really, it's pretty obvious it is, because Fleabite is dirty, so... Yeah, he doesn't really seem to notice though. He does seem more interested in what he's asking. And I mean, keep in mind for everybody else here, this is probably quite interesting news that Fleabite apparently has met a Baru, those mythical beings that may or may not exist. So yeah, it's like somebody coming up to you and say, "I just met a unicorn." So yeah, Alorian looks at you and says, "You're worried about the fate of this unborn dragon, and yet you play a big part in the fate of this unborn dragon."
Many small things have a part in many things that they know and know not.
He does not break into all the small things.
Saying, oh.
And then he says, okay, I guess he'll laugh at that, right? And then he'll say, your deft tongue will not free you from the path you walk. And chuckles again and stops petting you. And he says, you will have to choose. And it may not be the choice of your companions. And he just like nods to the other two briefly. Kinda like staying focused on you.
I think probably quietly, Fleabite will probably just say, that may not be they may not have that concern.
Okay. Are you trying to give him the impression that either you'll have them shivved or they might already be dead? What's the read here?
Well, that you might not know.
Okay.
They may believe one thing has happened and something else has happened. And where was Fleabite? Who knows?
Hiding behind one of them.
So yeah, like not covered in egg yolk or anything, no. Just walking away.
Just shell. Ooh.
Yep. Okay. So
Replaces the dragon egg with the 3 bird eggs he's ever
yeah. Weighs them in his hand,
He
tries
won't-
to weigh the
They won't know the difference.
Indiana Jones scene.
Just stack
Yeah.
them.
Bag of sand, golden idol, bag of sand, golden idol. Yep. So good. When arrested, I gave 3 for 1. Fair deal. Yes, yes. Oh dear.
You still owe me.
Oh. So yeah. Anything else you want to add to that scene then, Fleabite?
I think probably just stand a bit taller, less like 5% less cowering,
Mm.
and say, "You sent for Fleabite. Why, yes."
I was told you were important. Increased to
Giant
10%. Yep.
Giant thing in Camp City. Not think so.
Kind of raises an eyebrow at that and goes, and do the opinions of others often concern you?
It helps to know, yes.
It helps with what?
Can find ways round, yes.
He just chuckles to himself and says, you seem to be so concerned with avoiding things. You've become quite skilled at it. Perhaps that's not your path. He just kind of chuckled to himself as if he's very pleased with his sagely advice. Anything, Fleabite, or is that Fleabite?
Yeah, it's probably Fleabite needs to know for now.
Yeah. So, Banger,
Yes.
you're downstairs.
I am in
Can-
the tree, I assume.
I interject
Sure.
before we go to Vanger.
hmm
I had an idea.
Okay.
I'm going to ask Alorian if I can be excused to go down with Vanger.
Yeah.
But on the way down, I'm actually going to grab the stag's head and take that down with us.
Okay.
To see if we could use. Well, I have something I want to say, but I'll let the scene of Vanger.
No, like, if you want to, like, because it's a long way down, so you may as well have your scene first before I switch to Vanger.
Okay. How to go for that in the actual scene?
Mm-hmm.
Alorian, might I be excused at the moment? I've had an idea, and I might need to borrow the stag or the guardian's head, if that would be permitted.
I have no claim over that kill. And nor do you. You are permitted to go.
With the head?
And just shrugs.
Just sort of nod.
Like, I think as you
Run over
approach
the
as you approach the kind of stag's head, I think it just says, perhaps you should ask your sorceress if the kill is hers. In case the inflection wasn't clear there, it wasn't. Maybe you should ask her if the kill is hers. It's maybe you should ask permission of her since you said the kill was hers.
Aye.
Mm-hmm. Just in case the inflection wasn't super obvious there.
Yeah. Just sort of take the hint. But yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So did you pick it up?
Yeah.
Head down. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just sort of shrug off what he says and then just take it and go.
Mm-hmm. So Vanger.
Lou. So yes, having reached the tree, I would well firstly I'd probably just say hello Eltress. This is a fine situation.
And for Vanger, the visible differences are Eltress is now touching the tree with both hands, and he's made of wood, with like a peaceful-looking expression on his face. And the little
Well, peaceful's good.
yeah, and the circular moat that was around the thing is all dried up. That's the only differences that you're aware of. Besides, the tree is now like got loads of flowers over it, and so does Eltress.
Firstly, I'd like to roll nature to determine if I recognise anything about this tree.
Such
That may
as
make it. Well, anything. Is it a specific type of tree that has some sort of mystical connotation or purpose?
happy trees.
You know,
yeah.
like, my staff is literally a sapling of a magic tree, right?
I think
So
you can roll.
I can roll. I didn't do very well, but I can do it.
The conclusion here is that you don't know of this type of tree being special, or that anything here is unusual beyond it's clearly unusual.
From him being attached to it, it looks like a tree.
Yeah, besides it clearly being an unusual situation, it's very not ringing any bells. Maybe is a better way to phrase that.
I approach it sort of gradually, cautiously, and I raise my staff up towards it.
Okay, yeah.
I assume it doesn't react, and at the moment at least.
It all blooms into flower.
Oh,
yeah.
My staff.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Incredible. That's miraculous.
It doesn't stop either. It starts to the sapling itself starts to almost get more robust.
This okay, right. Party! Before Vanguard decides that Destiny has decided it needs to awaken his staff at the tree. I don't know what the correct course of action is here, but I know Vanguard wants to let the tree grow.
Well, you'd be a staff down.
How
True.
powerful is your staff?
It's not especially.
I mean, it kind of
Can
is if you
easily
count
replaced.
your channel divinity extra one comes from it, I suppose. So
I mean, it is nice,
Mhm.
yeah, but it's still like it's an ability I have anyway.
Mhm.
It's an additional use of it. It's effective, but it's not.
And
It is
sounds
not
to me like
war.
you're about to get lots of new staffs. You know, let the tree grow, get a load of its branches.
Make me a
Um,
decent staff as well.
Or it becomes Giga Staff, and you know,
I mean that. This all sounds great.
Fleabite is 100% on board.
Yeah.
Or screen wipes and then it's just two people fully encased in wood. I'll just get the
I
character
think-
sheet ready now. Yeah.
I mean, like, how about the roots? So the roots like growing? Does it look like it's trying to take root?
I mean, not enough time has passed in this paused moment,
Okay,
sadly.
Okay. Yeah, I think Vanker's like fully wrapped up in this and is now like, yes, clearly we were meant to be here. For my staff is because remember the staff grew sort of spontaneously for him as a token from his god to set him on his mission. But since then, it's basically been. It's not decayed, it hasn't died, but it's basically been frozen as like a barely growing sapling of a mighty magical tree. So, it starting to grow has some significance for him.
As you touch the tree.
Yeah. I didn't touch it, I raised it up to it. I didn't specifically touch it. Ryan, did you read that as me touching it?
Nope.
No, okay.
I read that as you approached carefully, raised your magic stick at it, and then it all bloomed into flower. And now you're debating
Yeah,
whether or not to go
okay.
closer, let it go, plant it, or walk away, I assume, are some of the options in your mind.
Yeah.
So
You know what? I'm going back into the moment, and I'll hold it for a moment. Well, a few seconds longer, and see what happens.
I was going to take this moment to just point out my really funny comment, which was resistance is fertile, based on the fact that Tree
no.
YU Borg from Natalie. I thoroughly enjoyed
One
that,
of
but
the-
okay.
One of the things I would ask though is
Ah.
several times it's been pointed out that the water is drained away. Do you have any water?
Oh my god.
I will state that I will just point out things that people should note that are different in case they forget. It doesn't mean it's
Yeah.
either. It's not like the
Well,
my god, there's a box in the middle of a room.
Yeah, so I
Exactly, I know.
It's
I'm just saying though.
But it's good.
I could create water.
Put an arm in it. Sorry.
I was going to say that, but I'm a tree.
So let me just check.
You've
I
still
can
got player
create-
agency, just not character agency. Okay.
I can create up to
Touché.
10 gallons of clean water, or I can create rainfall in a 30-foot cube.
Okay.
For ambiguous duration.
Pour
I'll
some
leave that
water
up to
on
you, but
me.
it's just
What does?
something I picked up on.
Is this the create water spell? Sorry.
Create or destroy water, yeah.
Let me have a
Well,
look.
if you create the water, I can come down and use control water.
What? Okay, out of character, what are you thinking controlling water for?
I've no idea. Probably to wet the tree.
No, but I can do it.
I don't know that would actually have any effect at all because it's water on a tree. Is my thought.
Could drown Eldritch.
I don't think he can
Drown
at
him
present be drowned because if he can currently drown, then he would have on account of his lungs being wood.
But his lungs wouldn't be wood because it's only on the outside of him.
We don't know that.
Is it?
We don't know
I
yet.
was gonna say you've not cut into him. Yeah.
He'd probably be
Yeah,
suffocated
yeah.
before he drowned. To be
I
fair,
do have a hand axe.
but anyway, right? Yes. So Vanger is going to continue holding staff for a little while yet and see how it grows and blooms.
Okay.
I know. Shut up.
I was laughing at that comment.
That's,
So I didn't mind, but,
Eltress wood. Yep, that's what was stuck in my brain too. So, and I didn't know what one to write. I just went with the one that made the most sense for the pun, I guess. So yeah. So yeah, you hold the staff, and yeah, it does seem to be like the way obviously a tree would naturally just swell the trunk of it. Obviously, your sapling's quite thin,
Yeah.
kind of gangly almost. Starting to like, I guess just swell up. Maybe is the best phrase.
Okay.
Mhm.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Like it's been stung by a bee.
I after a few seconds of that, I will use the spell. I'll sort of like noticing the empty, remembering the empty pool. I'll turn around to it, maybe a step over the the pond. I'll turn around to it and I will point the staff at it, and I will cast a level 1 create water.
Okay. Yeah. You just want it to basically fill the kind of circular trough.
I think 10 gallons should be plenty. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. 10 gallons is a lot, so yeah. It's not like it was a super big. Oh god, Tom, that's terrible.
Sorry.
I thought it was going to be like a I'm in the bark, shouting from the bark, type joke. But no, it was an I'll be bark joke. Good, well done.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
I like that you got it
You
seconds
can't
ago.
You can't see me, but I'm taking a bow for that one.
I am the tree manager. Yeah, okay, I gotcha. It's terrible.
That's even better.
Yeah.
Let me write that.
On you go. Go for it. Hopefully my audio was muted for you then, and I'll let you get full credit. So, yeah, the water fills. The kind of trough. And then, yeah. Trough's full of water.
Okay.
I think after like a couple
I
of moments,
will-
unless you're doing anything else, we'll have Thoden appear, but yep, it's up to you. How long that takes. If you had something else in mind.
No, sort of just turning to the tree again and sort of holding it aloft near, sort of between the tree almost and Eltress. See if it responds to that.
I'm assuming this is further away than you were before, so no.
Okay.
If you mean if you're gonna go literally and put it between his arms, or did you mean between like the trough and Eltress?
No, the tree and Eltress.
Okay, so you're gonna go right up close to the tree.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Can you roll a dex save?
No, probably not, Ryan. Hold on. Before I do that, I want to engage in the mystical arts and
yeah.
see if I can remember how to set channel points.
See how good your twitch reflexes are. Yeah.
Terrifying. Terrible as
Oh god. Arcing up the wrong.
they are
tree.
bad.
Alexander, do you want to just go approve that for me, please? Thank you. Yeah.
So let me make a quick save. Now comes the exciting part where I try to remember where the saves are. You would think that they'd be easy to find. Not for me, evidently.
Yeah. It's not bad, yeah. So, as you take the staff that you have, and you kind of, I don't know, you look, I guess if it's between Eltress and the tree, now keep in mind Eltress's both hands are on the tree, so to get it between him and the tree, I guess you need to kind of put it in between his arms. And
Well, I'm
Yeah.
quite low down, so it's probably
yeah,
like
and he is quite
in
tall,
front of his chest or something.
and he is a tall boy, so it's probably like he does probably arc over it quite nice. Like if you maybe hung a swing from his arms, you could probably get quite a nice wee tree swing out of him.
Yeah, sounds lovely.
Yeah.
Wait, why would I get me out? Just leave me here. This is quite fun for you guys. Like,
Oh god, that's terrifying, that image. So yeah, the one in Discord, not the one in our minds, obviously. And the thing very, very rapidly grows and like takes root, and like branches extend into Eltress's arms from it and into the tree itself, and it does seem to
Well,
like
now.
fuse. And like the choice you have is the jumping back so as not to become part of this too. or letting it happen
Yeah, I
to
will
you.
do that.
Yeah, I figured you might.
Hey.
So you come into visual range when you start to see this.
Ye-
Him jumping back, as what looks like his potentially could have been a staff is now just like grew and fused.
It's incredible.
What is going on? With
I
this
have no idea, but it's wonderful. The power here, the power of growth of life. Never seen anything like it. I think I don't know, but I think it was connected to him through the witch who gifted it to Elorian,
I will
a name which I
correct
can
you
never
there.
remember. And
Elorian said it wasn't the witch.
wait, sorry, who was it? It's the Guardian, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, so it was the Guardian themselves, not the witch, right?
hmm
So it's connected to through the Guardian, and now not only does it respond to his presence, it responds my staff.
It would appear all manner of wood that reacts with this.
Perhaps, but there's a way to test that, surely. And I get out my wooden pipe.
'Kay.
And I'm going to hold it vaguely near the tree for just a second.
And nothing. You notice though that the water's drained away as well. But like there's not even like any flowering or anything like that that happened with your staff previously.
Right. So create or destroy water. Repair. Oh my god! You know what? I needed my staff to do that. Oh no, I don't, because I've got a pouch. I've got a component pouch as well.
Mhm.
So Vanguard digs into his pouch, returning the thing, and starts muttering what parts of what sound like an incantation, parts of what sound like frustration at not being able to find the specific ingredients he wants. Bear with me. I want to refill that, and he once again casts a level 1 create water at the yeah, sort of like I imagine he's maybe like sprinkling some dust or in bits and bobs into it, and like as the dust falls, it sort of starts to turn like into raindrops, which then sort of splash into the ground, and as they splash, water just sort of materializes behind them.
Well, I think it
It's
says,
hard to describe.
I was going to say, well, the component for creating water is a drop of water.
It's a drop of water. I've got a drop of water
Yeah.
somewhere. I'm always carrying
Mhm.
tea.
Mhm.
You know what? I just like
And
the idea
thanks
of
to the
using all
component
sorts of
pouch, you'll always have a drop of water.
Yeah, I just like the idea from using something that isn't water to create water.
Mm-hmm.
But
The
yeah,
problem is
if that's
5e
the
doesn't
if
want
that's
you to do that, sadly. 5e
yeah,
wants
if
you to use
canonically
non-water
he
to
used
destroy
some
it.
water, he used water then.
There's nothing wrong with you putting other bits of fluff into it as well, though.
Yeah, to set up the
Open-
groundwork, and then the bit of water makes it all come alive. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, having done that and refilled it, sort of look up and just stare at it and say with a sort of degree of like genuine astonishment, like I think it needs to grow.
So with that moment encapsulated, we click to Eltris.
This gives you a completely different situation than what we were guessing at. I'm sorry.
I'm really worried. Like
So Eltris, you're standing in the forest.
in a forest.
Yep, it's nice and
No, I'm
moonlit.
standing in a tree.
No, I can't see a forest. There's 3 trees in the way.
I'm in a tree.
And then
Uh,
from, the forest around you emerges the cane.
Who?
The deer.
Is this now
The
not
stag.
Thackian?
It's a cane.
It's,
Yeah,
Stag.
yeah.
Has he got his head attached to him? Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
okay.
Just nothing but legs.
Just like a
Also-
horror movie style, just a torso
That would be
staggering out.
horrifying. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd love that. You
Why
kidding
did
me?
you
That'd
do
be
this
great.
to me?
Nearly headless
Eltris?
Thackian.
Oh. Fully hit. Yeah. So no,
Uh-huh.
it is fully intact, you could say. Yeah. It walks out of the, I guess, the kind of deeper forest until you are both kind of standing in front of each other. It looks up at you.
Okay.
What do you do?
Why?
I didn't know if I should talk first or if he was going to say something. I was kind of like on the edge of my seat there waiting. I suppose I'll give a somewhat of a bow to him.
Yeah, it'll like return the bow and like do that thing where it kind of stomps the ground a bit and kind of like nods its
And
head and antlers.
can I roll to like? That was a complete joke.
I never heard what you said. Can you?
Yeah.
I said I wanted to roll to tisk tisk tisk.
Ah, right. No, I don't know what that means. So no is the answer, I guess.
I suppose I'll. I would.
I wasn't sure if you were going to say roll to attack, is what I thought you were going to say.
Well,
It's like in my world, you're headless, so.
I need to set the timeline straight.
Mhm.
I think I'll just say we meet again. Thackian.
And then it kind of like glows very, very brightly. Very like kind of moonlit glow that comes off of it. And then it seems to like be standing up. And the glow kind of dims. And you can see the form again where it just looks like you, but with like massive crazy antlers like twisting out of your shoulders and head.
Me with massive antlers out my
Yep.
shoulders and my head.
Yep.
Okay. And I'll say to him, "That's quite a good look for you."
And then it points behind you.
Sure, this is not a horror movie.
And
No?
I don't know if I want to turn back on it, but I suppose I'll turn around and look behind me in
Yeah.
the direction that it's pointing.
Yeah, and you can see like, off in the distance a big peak all the way up the mountain. Like storm clouds around it for that lightning crackling through the storm clouds and then yeah. I assume you look
And-
back.
I just want to ask, sorry, that mountain, the peak, that's the mountain we're on, I'm assuming, yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose I'll look back to.
And it then points behind it and like almost like steps out of the way of blocking the view, and it seems like, nice peaceful descent with sunlight. But definitely an indication of like leaving the mountain.
Okay. I suppose I'll just say to him,
And like as he's done that, I can like stand so he's standing side on to you. So that obviously you've got, to one side the mountain peak with the storms, and then to the other side you've got the leaving the mountain by the nice peaceful path. And just stares at you.
okay, and I suppose I'll just say to him, "You want us to leave?"
It just looks at you. Kind of like very, very hard to read face on it. Like if Eldris had a poker face.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't.
Yeah, I figured. And just kind of, as I said, just looks at you, kind of blankly. Not really indicating any response to that.
Yeah. Okay. I think I just say to him, how do I get back to this?
Like motions with each hand. Each way.
Yeah, I thought that would be the case.
It might not hurt, just a thought, to make some sort of roll.
A roll for
Figure out what happened. Sorry, I know that was unhelpful.
oh, what? Doing a roll for what? Sorry.
So what were you going to say before Vanger suggested doing a roll to solve current mystery?
Honestly, I didn't know. I was going to just filibuster a little bit more
Okay.
while I thought.
Okay. So it seems clear that you have a choice.
Yeah.
So really, there's just what are you picking? Scary stormy climb or idyllic descent?
See if I typed into the Roll20 chat, roll 1d2, would that basically do like a coin flip type thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I say 1 is the dark scary path and 2 is the other one.
Sure. Also thought we were getting
Okay.
some feedback from you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay.
So it's this dark scary path then?
Yeah, it's down the
Which
way.
is
to
always the right
sunset.
path.
Yeah, do you know what? I feel like I feel like weirdly like the nice sunsetty one is like that's a trap. Come on, let's all be honest with each other. Like, you know, like
Listen,
that's
I have
obviously-
read some Middle Ages Scottish ballads, and I can assure you that I'm not even making this up. This is literally true. I have, and that's a common trope that's used in various ballads and narratives and stuff. Is that
I've never
yes,
thought of you
thorny
as
path
plucky,
leads
but
to heaven.
plucky, yes. We're going for Midsummer's vibes as well.
Earlier than that, because obviously Shakespeare's Renaissance.
So, what one you picking, Eltris, then, now that you've rolled?
Yeah, so I'll look towards the big scary peak, and then look back at Thicane and say, I don't know. I was going to ask him to come with me, but I'm scared to like. This is just going to be a like go past those trees and you're back in normal place. But yeah, I suppose I'll just kind of say to him and ask him and say, "Will you come with me?" As I kind of gesture up towards the mountain.
I think as you say that, there's the exact mirrored response of "Will you come with me?" Exactly as you say it, from the vision of you with
It's
all the
very cool,
antlers.
like that. And that's good enough for me. And I suppose I'll look towards the big scary mountain and I'll proceed onwards
Yeah.
towards the big scary mountain.
The camera does that thing where it clicks out a bit and realizes you've been standing yourself the whole time. You wander up, and then for Thoden and Vanger, you see the tree that isn't Eltris and the staff and whatnot just all like decay instantly.
Okay.
Okay.
Just like
Right.
turns to like mulch, then to like ash, then kind of blows away into like dust. Kind of spins around, and Eltris kind of like stands up straight, still covered in bark. The flowers all like kind of like fall off him, like he's just casting all the petals everywhere. And what do you say to the party as the last words of the session?
Wait, so am I back normal now?
I wouldn't say normal, but you're back
Okay, but yeah,
staring
but-
at both of
so-
them. Yeah.
And Thoden and Vanger are standing there, yeah.
Mhm.
I suppose I'll look at them and say, I feel like I'm reborn. Then I'll look back and I'll say, sorry, treeborn.
It's terrible.
Thank you.
And we all look disgusted.
Yeah, you all look
And hit you in the
disgusted.
face with an
Yeah,
axe.
yeah.
And Foden and Vanguard now attack.
Chop him down for firewood because of the puns were so terrible. Yep. So, besides that, what he actually says is something a lot better and a lot more satisfying, and then that's the end of the session.
And you just couldn't imagine whatever I said. You just could make it up yourselves.
Yeah.
Tell
So,
them I said something good.
so, what are we naming this session?
I have a sincere suggestion.
I feel like somebody said something earlier as well. I think it was you, Ryan. I can't remember.
There was a lot of things said earlier. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't remember anyone saying anything.
No, you wrote it in.
I probably did, yeah.
What's writing?
What even is? Any suggestions for session names?
Some sort of staff pun.
So L trees. Is that one of the
Oh
few
my
things I've
god!
wrote?
I'm writing this one in because Heather just texted me.
Okay,
Um,
okay.
But this one's from Heather.
Yeah. I was gonna say yeah, it was L trees. That's the one.
That was horrifying.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Sorry, I just read Levites and getting a vote.
Siren the Shriners. Tree, why are you scarier than Sky Giant? Fair. I hear its barks
He
worse
seemed
than its
alright.
bite. He did seem alright, to be fair. Alarian was pretty cool. Pretty sound. With his random pet cat.
So far.
Yeah.
He had a cat.
He had a cat this whole time. We could have been petting that cat this whole time.
Or sticking in
I
the bag.
roll to pet the cat.
I do like barking up the wrong tree. That is funny.
That's quite good, isn't it?
There's not really a funny cat stuck in a tree joke pun vibe, sadly, for the session.
Please retract that.
Right, so we have one vote so far from what I can see.
Do you like how I'm now voting with a tree emoji?
Oh, we have 2 votes.
Guardian Treeborn.
So, where are the Chris's voting? Don't know how I feel about that last one, Cardras. It's yep. Not safe for stream. Somebody's
now I
different.
have to.
Okay, what else we got? Ha. So, yep.
What if it was just...
Hmm.
Yeah.
What if it was just what?
Well, he wrote Morning the Wood, so I just wrote Morning Wood.
Oh right,
Yeah.
okay. So there was
Yeah.
no good input.
It
It was
was-
okay.
A dirty joke, and I'm
Yeah.
deleting the comment. It's out. See? Gone.
I
felt
actually really like that. There's something with Skelf. That's a good one.
we had Root Cause a couple of sessions ago.
Yeah,
Mm.
that is
Mm.
work.
Yeah.
Skelf removal.
What about just Skelf? Skelf itself is kind of funny.
Mhm.
Skelf in a shell.
Has to have the apostrophe though.
I don't know if it does, given what we saw. I feel like
He was the scale.
the whole time.
Oh,
Right, going once.
he's no longer an elf. He's
Three.
I don't know. I feel like the cycle's one. There's 3 votes for the cycle.
I'm glad, partly because it's mine, partly because I think a serious-ish, sincere-ish
elf.
title
Hmm?
is befitting of a session in which, yeah, we made a lot of jokes, but we also were kind of unsure whether or not one of us was about to get permanently turned into a piece of tree.
I had a whole bit lined up with the stag head.
Chuck it at the tree, hope it catches in it with like its horns.
No. I was going to do like the whole.
There's still time for that. Don't do it.
No, there's not now. But
Yes,
it's
so
there is.
much.
You've still got to get by the giants.
I can hide. I can leave it here.
It's not like it's just gonna vanish. Sadly, it's not like it's got like a one use and
Yeah,
done
all
unless it gets eaten.
crumbles.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not going to act like a tree. Split.
So
I mean, that
um,
whole thing might have happened though, Chris, because you brought the stag's head close by. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So maybe it was you after all.
It may have been. That would make sense.
that would make sense. That could have been a title.
Would
Yeah.
get it because
No.
Can we just name the
Get it.
session?
What's the joke?
Just name session would no.
Just wood.
I think it'd be funnier if it was named something like wouldn't, like that. But no. So we've got the cycle. It's a good name. I like it.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's look at goals. So, have we reached the city of Barris? No.
No.
Have we decided the fate of the dragon egg? No.
Decidedly not.
And it was discussed finally.
But not to each other.
Nope,
No,
not at all.
the NPC forced us to.
Yep.
I know the thing is that you.
The thing is, the NPC
you
is
did
close.
railroad us a little there, and
No.
yet we still managed to decidedly
Right.
avoid the road.
There was no railroading at all. The NPC clearly is closer to leveling than you guys and wanted the XP for the goal. So
I see.
yeah. Right.
But to be fair, I don't think all of us were in the room at the same time.
But I still feel like if you all spoke from the same sheet, then it might make that a lot easier as a conversation, right? Because I feel like you are just trying to avoid the PvP pit that you are slowly navigating.
No, I really don't know because Vanger really doesn't know.
I think that's fair, especially if you don't know. I think Fleabite's on the what's the best outcome for Fleabite tentative
Yeah.
cliff.
When Vanger feels like he knows, he's gonna stick with it, and I'm gonna give you like a full-on. It's what my character would do right to the very end. I promise you.
Yeah. So find out why the tree made Eltris tingle.
I think we did
Yeah.
What made the tree, or what made?
because
Why
it was
did it?
connected to the Guardian, and he's supposed to be the new Guardian, presumably because of all the weird bullshit.
I'll give you that.
Like
Pop
a
it
metal
over.
detector, but for Eltris.
So pop that over to the completed list.
You win an objective.
We won on objective, but not with skill. No, wait, what?
Hey, I like to think that my enthusiasm helped.
Right. Get closure for Eric.
Yeah.
It
Could happen.
It won't. But you know what? I don't have a better suggestion right now, so it can stay.
And we have a blank one now.
And, and use stag as Cynthia intended. You decidedly didn't.
No, we said fuck that.
I was going to.
Still early.
You say you were going to, but you specifically said, "Oh, that was some random woman that did this."
I don't believe some random woman was the phrasing.
I said that to.
Sorceress.
So yeah, it's interesting. Here's my question to the party then. Do you think the stag can still be used as Cynthia intended? Yes or no?
Yes.
No.
I think
ooh,
personally, no.
it depends on whether or not it was supposed to be used here.
Correct. I
Right?
think it's probably got to be due to impress the giants to get by the giants down the stairs.
Part of the conversation was they would have a different opinion on that.
Correct.
I
Mhm.
think what they're more about was the idea of the stone deciding. So I think they'll basically be, will the stone let you out? Okay, then you can go.
The stone doesn't let us out, I'll force us out. Like,
Yeah, but that's how they see it, as the stone letting you.
no.
Hmm.
I think. I may be
Hey,
mistaken, but I suspect that the mere
so-
fact that you can get us out will be proof that you can get, to them.
Hmm.
Yeah, like actual evidential skill proves worth.
So-
Yeah.
I think the stag's head could have come up here, but this isn't necessarily what it was for. I
If-
don't get the
If
feeling
you
this
feel
guy
it
was
still has a use, then you may as well keep the goal. If you feel it no longer has a use, you may as well ditch the goal. But that is on the party to decide, not me.
want to vote on it.
Yeah, so I guess the easiest way to do that is just in Discord chat, like, I guess.
Can I ask something first before
Yeah,
we
of
do
course.
go down
Yeah.
that route? Then?
Mm-hmm.
We have this stag's head there. It's got antlers and things like that. We are missing a staff. Can any of the antlers, is this any sort of way magical? Being this guardian, will that hold any magic? Can we use any part of it for that sort of debate in the next round? You know what I mean?
That's one of those things that you need to explore in game.
Correct.
Yep.
Correct. That's why I
But it's
wouldn't
worth
want to dump
highlighting
it
Oh, I
just
think
now.
it's a good question
Mhm.
because, like, I hadn't thought of doing that for a staff, for instance, because yeah, I did just lose one, and like, it. I mean, maybe if it does not come up, then it might make sense to do that, right?
My then thoughts would be, if that's the case, then surely hacking off one of Eltris's limbs would have the same effect.
Well, I'm sold.
I'm going to advise against taking the limbs off our party members.
No, obviously, but you know what I mean. It's,
Is this like an in-game group
Possibly,
situation?
yes.
Like,
And if I lose the other staff, we can look into that.
you're losing some clues.
it's like, well, you know the deal here, Eltris. It's I've lost 2 staffs now,
100%.
so it's the
Um,
Okay.
we-
Right, cough it up, left or right.
Right.
I'm not
So-
going to lie, I was kind of hoping it would bloom and there would be more.
However, right, my question here then would be, if the plan for the stag head is that, it doesn't sound like you're then going to use the stag's head as Cynthia intended.
No, but that's not necessarily what I have. Like Vanguard isn't already. Obviously, we haven't.
I'm
had this
purely
in
mean to
RP.
bring it back to the point where are we keeping that goal or not, is really all I care about. Because obviously what goals may come up, we have a blank slot for. But whether or not we're
Yeah,
pursuing this or not is the only...
I think for the
Question.
time being, keep it. I don't. I obviously.
Yeah, so keep or
Others
chuck.
may differ.
Just type in whatever what makes the most sense for your vote. Never to do that now in TI chat, and then that way we can just have an answer.
Into chat.
No, I'm the decider.
Oh, Chris.
That's what I couldn't-
This is what you
Gotta
get
be
for
quicker
waiting.
than that.
Yep, this is what you get for waiting. And it's funny because you're the one carrying it.
Cheap.
Right, lose 100 health.
Cheaper cock.
Are we thinking Frankensteining a staff from party members, an ancient powerful being's head and fucking as well? Yes, exactly, Natalie. Exactly what they're thinking.
Waste not, want not.
I just know
Right,
that she's
my
probably all for
question.
this.
If we keep it, are we Frankensteining it? Like
That's not the
it was-
question. The question is, are you keeping or chucking it? It's the goal. Because if you're
What's
going
the
to keep,
goal?
we're not talking about the head. As in, use the stag as Cynthia intended, which you have decidedly not done and followed thus far. This is what you get for waiting. You gotta decide. Decide now. Come on, man.
No.
If it makes it easier, if you take too long, I'll take away your goal. There we go. Perfect keep. Perfect. So it's staying. Good. Fleabite, you haven't made cold weather gear yet, buddy.
Okay.
Eltris,
Hello.
how do you feel about your personal goal?
I feel pretty good. How do you feel?
I feel indifferent.
I feel like so. Here's my God's honest opinion, right? And I'd like to say that the goal is complete because I've came to terms with it, but it's not really coming to terms with the duties, though, is it? That's the thing. So, in my opinion, I don't think that that goal is complete.
Okay. Do you need to refine it then?
Maybe, but I don't know what I'd refine it to. That's the thing.
Because you just told me it was both complete and not complete in the same sentence, so I feel like it needs to
Well-
refine so that you've got a better qualifier.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I come back in again?
Mhm.
With him choosing to go up the mountain, we don't know what the results of that are. With him, does this affect his guardianship?
Usual, like, in character know nothing about that, but as players, you've all obviously heard me
Yeah.
speak, so you can, as players, advise Tom, the player, but your
Yeah.
characters can't advise shit or react to shit until Eltris chooses to share that. Yeah.
I kind of feel like come to terms with / learn is a little vague.
Yep, but we knew it was going to be vague when it was designed. It was
But
kind of
I feel
placeholder.
like in embracing it, you at the very least made a major step. I can see the argument that it's not complete because of the way you phrased it with regards to like the idea of learning rather than just embracing. So I can see why you would want to keep that, but maybe refining it a little bit so it's clear exactly what more you want to do wouldn't be a
How are you going to learn the duties?
Exactly.
That's very
on the
vague. and-
TL.
From the guidebook, obviously.
Is there like a shop in this town that maybe has a guidebook on guardianships that I could maybe go and read? How to be a
Well,
guardian for dummies.
Jolly blue giant you could talk to.
Just a massive stone slate you have to carry with you forevermore. So, yeah, how do you want to refine that down? While you're thinking about that, Vanger, we know that you're still ongoing with your goal. I'm assuming you're keeping it?
No, yeah.
No, I've changed it to kill them all before we get to the top. Okay. Thoden, you keeping your personal goal?
I edited it via the conversation with Lorraine.
Okay, yeah, okay.
I'm not looking to merge with the Lorraine. I'm looking to merge with the village. So it would be the village chief I speak to rather than Lorraine, because he's only the guardian. So I would need the permission for the chief first
Yeah,
to merge the villages.
fair, yeah. And, Keldras, still happy with Protected Dragon Egg, or has anything else popped up in your more immediate periphery?
There's loads, but it's a lot of vagueness that I
You're not
can't
settled
interpret
on.
at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, so
And sadly, Seek Clarity is a really bad goal.
correct. Yeah, and you won't let me roll for it every time I ask. So I'll protect the dragon eggs fine. I'll keep it that way.
Okay. It should be a good skill. Seek Clarity. Clue, please,
Yeah.
GM. I cast Solve
There's
Crime.
nobody on Twitch roll for clarity.
Oh dear. Right, so back to Eltris's goal. Let's get a rephrase for this then, shall we? So.
Yeah, I've been thinking, but I'm generally.
Alright, so no, put all that out of your head. What just happened to
Okay,
you?
okay.
What has happened to Eltris since coming on the mountain? Break it into like 4 easy steps.
I killed a giant. No, I watched a giant die in front of me. There's something happened since I came on. I'd say that I've embraced it. Defos, you know what I mean? Like the idea of it's definitely been embraced by Eltris. But I don't know.
Can I interject again, please?
Mhm.
We have some sort of guardian sitting up atop of a mountain. that you haven't spoke to yet? Would you not as well be holding on to this mission and see if he can give you any
That's a good point.
Inkling.
Yes.
inkling
Oh, that's
until
good.
you've been up there and spoke to him? We've all had this vague conversation about the dragon's egg, but none of us have
Mhm.
really asked anything, or of him, he hasn't asked anything.
Yeah,
of
is there
us.
like a shop here with like a guidebook anywhere, or just like a guardian at the top of a tower that's been asking to speak to this new guardian?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'd
He
See,
might
hold on
be
you
to
able
it for
to give you
see
enough
how-
advice.
He's a guardian. Is he like a guardian? Like I'm a guardian.
Maybe you should ask him.
So
See,
he's
because this whole
invisible here.
time I've been like, I'm obviously the guardian of like the forest, and he'll be like the guardian of the rocks, which implies there's probably like a guardian of water and stuff as well somewhere on the mountain.
Guardian of balls. Yeah.
Exactly.
Technically, he's a guardian of wind,
That's what it'll be. Aye. Yeah.
because he's all blowy.
Well. Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say,
listen to it.
I will say this, that there has definitely been a lot of clues as to what he is the guardian of.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, I thought stone just because this place is very stony, but then I suppose like wind is also.
Stone and wind.
Yeah. Wait, how does he get two things? I want two things.
You must defeat all of them.
You do. It's called treason duck.
So here's a counter argument then. Let's keep that goal the way it is, and I can maybe learn the duties of the Guardian off of him, and then if I done that and spoke to him about Guardianisms and stuff, I'd probably feel a lot better about closing that goal.
Okay.
Then why not change the goal to speak to?
I was gonna say just yeah. I was gonna say if you're on the if was it learn the duties of the guardian from Alorian?
From
Yeah.
aye. Rather than having it speak to, just learn the.
I feel like
Use
adding
those
two
words.
words to it doesn't really do much of a
No, I was
difference.
taking away the first 4 words though.
And the slash.
So if anything, it's a net loss of 2 words.
Hmm.
I don't know about taking those away though. I feel like it's
But you just told me you've already came to terms with it.
yeah, but I feel like overall, like you'd probably come to terms with it once you learned what it was you actually had to do. You know what I mean? Rather than just embracing the power, you would have to.
You'd think so, but here we are.
Yeah.
Like a pretty
I
butterfly.
just made me think of Homer with his home security question, where the home security was too expensive, and the guy installing it was like, "Well, you can't put a price on your family safety." He goes, "Oh, I wouldn't have thought to either, but here we are." Yep. So anyway, you happy with learn the duties of the guardian from Alorian?
Yeah.
You don't sound too confident.
Yeah.
Less
Yeah.
so. Yeah. Okay.
But feel close to it if that's what you don't want. Change it. Like,
As I said, have a think about it. Let me know, like, ideally by the weekend. If it needs to change, I can look at it again. But maybe have a think about.
Yeah. No, I think it's fine like that. Like, honestly, just
There's no
in
reason
my
that
head.
right.
What?
Listen, if you've written it like this and not specified how it is that you need to learn them, just that you do, then what's wrong with having it written just like this and then
Yeah.
going and learning from him?
Yeah.
There's no reason not to. I don't think you don't need to make a narrow goal, and it is a fairly narrow goal because although it is a little vague, it does seem like it has a lot of requirements. There's no reason to make it narrower or harder to fulfill. I think
Plus,
you've
if
actually
you don't-
possibly phrased it in a way that's slightly harder than it needs to be to begin with.
I think as well the yes, the final boss is Guardian. Yeah. Thanks, Alexander. The difference as well there with wordings is that if you don't do it next week, you can just rephrase it again. Depending on where you end up next week, if you even stay here or move on or whatever. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So that can just be adjusted as it needs to be. Goals don't need to stay static, right? They are just whatever you feel is qualifiable as a challenge and or interesting to pursue. Right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it is fine as a goal.
Yeah. Let's keep it like this,
Okay.
and
And the reason why
That'll
it's
be
very
fine.
good is because you have a definitive direction to something close
Yeah.
narratively, which is Alorian, who's close narratively. You have the fact that you can state that did I learn duties from him? Yes or no? And then you can achieve goal or not. It's a very clear goal. And if you don't learn duties from a Lorien, you can just delete from a Lorien. And it's still a valid goal. Right?
Yeah, because I was going to say,
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to tilt him next week, and I'm totally going to forget to even mention anything. I'm going to forget I'm a Guardian and just be like, all right.
Why don't you make
take
yourself
control.
notes then, you know?
I'll message you during the week.
Brian, I
Just
have
make me
posters
the
all
Guardian.
over my TV
Uh-huh.
with things about this, don't you worry.
Okay. Well,
Posters all over the place.
I'm glad that we have had this chat. So there's a blank goal in the general goals I'm terrified to talk about now. But then to have a very clear-cut goal that should be in the general goals for everybody. Anybody.
What about come to terms? No, I'm joking. Sorry.
Decide what to do with Eltrus.
Is he firewood or friend?
Yeah.
Well, going once. Going
Oh, for that goal?
twice. No, for any goal ideas. Nobody's
Ah.
speaking and moving on. Going 3 times. Okay. So no ideas. That's fine. So, XP wise, these are level 8. That's 800 XP because he's got a goal.
Yes.
So add that one.
44700
447.
is how my maths works out. I'm happy to be corrected.
No, I think that's right.
You're correct.
When's the level up for that?
Oh, eventually.
What was it, sorry?
49.
Ooh. It's not far away. How flammable is Eltrus? Test. Can that be a goal? Probably not for Eltrus. But yes, everybody got their new total?
Yeah.
What was the total,
44700.
sorry?
44700.
Yeah.
44700.
It should always be on the first tab of the spreadsheet as well, unless
First tab is
I
the-
have forgot it. In which case, it is not there. But yeah, so, wrap up chat time. Banger, why don't you start us off? You usually finish us off, so why don't you start us off? And I could have phrased that
Why
better.
don't
But
I?
here we go.
Yeah, so that was an interesting one. Obviously, a little tense. A little
Mhm.
tense, especially for Eltrus, I'm sure. Not knowing exactly what was going on until the end. And not that we know exactly what was going on, to be fair. But we have a pretty clear idea.
Yeah, it was tree
So it
related.
was interesting as well, getting a bit more of a sense of what Elorian?
Alorian.
I don't know why. This is like you with half of your own names, but I just can't say that very simple word. Elorian?
Hey, to be fair, right, S-Kate's name isn't one of mine. It is in fact one of hers.
What?
I never, like, S-Kate's name wasn't made up by me, I just took it.
Oh, right. Furler.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. That's one of the,
Yeah.
it's one of
All
the
right,
few-
okay.
that's one of the
Didn't know that.
trickiest
Didn't know
names
that.
I've ever made, and it wasn't
You
even made
probably
by
have
me.
told me that before, to be fair.
It's 'cause it
but
was
I
Sia's
just
name.
think-
Sia's full
yeah,
name.
so
Yep.
anyway, Elorian,
Alorion.
Elorian, yeah, we got a sense of his personality a bit more, and a sense of what his interests might be, and also maybe we got a sense, a little hint to the idea that maybe this whole Guardian business isn't just connected to Eltrus from him. He made some comments to that effect, I think, anyway, or at least that seemed to be the implication underlying something he said.
Mhm.
So that's intriguing. So I wonder if that's one of the other reasons, because I feel like there'll be more Guardians we'll have to encounter along the way. That's one of the reasons I've kind of felt the head might be, because maybe he's not the one that we need to present it to, but maybe there's someone like him. But yeah, it was interesting seeing, big, scary. I mean, not scary in a negative way, just intimidating necessarily because his obvious size and power. NPC sort of interact with everyone in the different ways they interacted, and the different sort of solutions people came up with for the Eltrus issue.
That was good.
It's fun because that sort of thing helps you express your character in the things that they choose to do. Like, it shows you what they think their role is, what they think their toolkit is.
Yep.
Like, what do I do? Well, I'm the guy who has a magical flower staff. This is a magical flower situation. Apply staff. You know, it's so that was interesting, and yeah, like it just overall, I think we all got a shot at sort of having a bit of an interaction with them, and excuse me, tired, and a bit of drama over Eltress, and then it's come to an intriguing resolution, which I think was sort of along the lines of what we were hoping for, and I think the Eltress is chosen well, but could be wrong.
Yeah. Eltress.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, that was fun. I'd like to just start off by saying I came across a really interesting thing this week. Well, last week I was going to tell you about it last week because it was my birthday on Tuesday, and I watched a Goofy movie because it's one of the greatest films ever made.
Sure.
And the guy that does the voice of Max in a Goofy movie is it's not James Marsden. He's the guy who plays Cyclops. It's the other Marsden that isn't related to him but has the same second name. Is it Jason maybe or something like that? But he does the voice of Max Goof in a Goofy movie.
Okay.
And it turns out that he also voices Eltress from the Elder Scrolls series, and I found that really funny. Just thought it was a really nice little full circle thing. He also does like a lot of voices, and I was like, oh, I like all these characters, and I never knew it was the same person.
Yeah, Jason Marsden. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I found a new favorite actor. And
Per
yeah,
Milo.
what's that?
Per
Oh
Milo.
no, yeah, don't tell him, please don't tell him. Aside from that, I also feel really bad about it tonight because I feel like anytime I opened my mouth, like I know that obviously a lot of the actual RPing that was going on was like up at the top of the tower with Elorian, but I feel like every time I open my mouth tonight, just absolute chaos would then ensue, and people would get thingied by. Do you know, he is kind of like Keanu Reeves, isn't he? Like, I also really, really love Keanu Reeves, and I've always loved Keanu Reeves, and that's maybe why.
Stay
But
on
yeah, he's also
target.
in the Lion King thing. Anyway, aye. So yeah, today was good.
I
And
recognise two of these characters.
no, you don't. You recognise more.
Oh no, I
Like-
recognise Nova as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no. Oh, I didn't even know he done Nova. Aye, you got Nova, and you got Robin. You get the little guy for Fairly Odd Parents. You get
I don't know who
Kova,
that is.
Max Goof. Oh god. Anyway, long story short, really enjoyed myself. Really looking forward to see what happens next.
Mm.
Yeah, just overall, having a lot of fun. Ryan,
Very good. Tom.
did I filibuster for enough there?
Don't know if that was necessarily what I called
Those are
for.
a lot of-
guessing.
A lot of the time as well tonight, when I'm pretty sure it was like Chris Jr. kept on asking like, "What's happened here?" And it's like people would be trying to explain to him, "Oh yeah, Eltress just went up and like touched the tree." And like every time somebody would talk about it, like I was thinking, see that song "Sail" by AWOL Nation,
Mhm.
where it's just like, "I blame it on my ADD, baby," and I found that really funny. And it kept on playing in my head, and I was like, "Yeah, this explains a lot."
I just like the fact that nobody was that quick to bring up the fact that you nearly collapsed before you went and touched the tree. It took a while
everyone
before that got added in. It did get added in
Yeah,
eventually.
everyone was
But
kind of talking. I was like, somebody say that because like that was quite a big thing. Like this is the whole reason why it's happened. Like, come on. But yeah, we got there in the end, and I'm out and proud, and I'm a big Barky boy now. So yeah.
Okay.
Did you enjoy yourself?
Eldrath.
Yes, I did. I did enjoy myself thoroughly. Thank you.
Nice segue. Yep.
Yeah, still learning as we go along. It's we're getting there. I was talking to Eltress through the week, well, last week actually, and as I've said to you all, I look at things a bit more deeply than I really do. That's why just tossing away the stag's head kind of goes against anything because there's so much more that could be done with it. For instance, as I said, does it still hold magic? It's things like that from my past experience on different forms of D&D that I think we can add into this, or if we can, but it's up to us to ask those questions during the game. We can throw away the stag's head, or we can turn around and say, if I roll something, can I get a staff or a, you know what I mean? If we don't ask those questions, then how do you know that that's what we want to do?
Exactly.
So, yeah. So that's why I have a reluctance to throw away anything. I come from the realm of Dungeons and Dragons where you move, you search, you fight. That's still ingrained in me, and there's things we're just not searching. There are just things, and again, it's up to us to tell you that I would like to search for gold in that guy's pockets. I would like to be a pickpocket today, and I'm going to go and rob somebody. That's up to us to do that.
Hey, adventurers need to eat too, buddy. You know.
Yes, exactly. So, these are the questions that are going through my head all the time. What if we'd have done this? Too late. We've already moved on. Damn. You know what I mean? That's just.
It's also a learning process, as you say, though, because you're quite new to this format, and it is a bit different because it isn't a video game. It is very much just like a social interaction, with obviously having to think on the spot a lot of the time. So it isn't. I wouldn't say it's easy. It's definitely something you definitely do get better at, and I think reflection does help that, because you can look back and go, oh, I wish I'd done that. It just means, well, next time just make sure you mention, if this opportunity comes up, can we try this instead, just before, the moment happens and passes by.
Exactly. 100%.
The way I like to think of it is, and it's probably quite an easy thing for most people to internalise, is if you're driving on a motorway and you need the bathroom, you tell somebody who's driving, can you stop at the next service station please so I can pee? You don't wait till you see it and then drive past the exit and go, I wish we'd stopped there because I really need to pee. So,
and fine well the way the world works, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah.
You get just by the entrance to it, and people go, oh, I should have said.
Yep.
That's the reality.
And it is its life, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But luckily enough, not too far up the road, there's another service station, so that's the nice thing about it. A good game should always have a bunch of opportunities in it, not just the one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thoroughly enjoying it, getting into it.
Good.
More for me to do, more for me to learn. As I say, looking through my character sheet to see if there was anything else I could do to get Eltrys out of the tree, and I'm sitting there drawing a blank that sometimes there's just nothing you can do except hit it with a big axe. I don't have an axe, so get up the stairs and get somebody with a big axe, and then tell them no.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then suddenly it's firewood. It's all good. It's all good. Now, good. Speaking of people with big axes, Thoden.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm getting some good segues tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
You seem to do a bit better in that one for the roleplay heavy side of things. I know you'd had a bit of a apprehension previously to those.
Yeah. I was looking forward to it. I was actually looking forward to it last week, but obviously.
Alas, my body said no.
Yep. Not blaming you. Not 100% not blaming you with that.
I think if anyone knows me, if I call it off, usually it's something serious. So yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I was actually going to add more to it, but it was good, and I think the conversation with Alorian, because he didn't mention the village chief, that sort of sideways glanced
which is good, right? I think updating what your current drive is or what your current desires are makes sense based on new information, right?
Yeah.
Like whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter, as long as it feels right to your character at the time. That should be reflected in your goals, 100%.
Yeah. What was I going to say there?
Don't know. What were you going to say?
I don't know. I think it was just I wasn't expecting them to have a cat.
Yeah.
I didn't anticipate the cat either.
I couldn't not. It was literally when making the map, I was like, I'm going to put a cat on this map, because that's going to be weird. I like that.
How does the cat stay on there if it's all that wind blowing?
I know, right?
Magic, maybe.
magic.
Yeah. I don't think we should piss him off too much, or we'll be attacked by a giant cat in the next
The
round.
cat, the cat.
Over
Guardian.
there, Sphinx or something.
Yeah. This was a
The
battle
cat
cat.
is really
yeah.
alluring.
Yeah. Or as a He-Man situation, you know? Who knows?
Mm.
Yeah. Not good. Anything else, bud?
No, thanks, and I hope you are well.
I am a
Okay.
lot better than I was last time. Yeah, second dose power up was hell for me. So yes, no, I am. Thank you. Definitely a lot better. I was thoroughly frustrated, doubly, not only due to my fatigue on Wednesday, but just generally because I do like running RP and I will run it if I physically can. And I was like,
Yeah.
no, I'm not. I'll have to tap out on this one because I would just have been. I probably would just have been me, just covered in a blanket with muffled noises coming through the mic, just of me talking from under a blanket at the screen. Which may or may not be funny for the viewers, but awful for me. That assumes I could have made it into the chair in the first place from my bed, which wasn't happening, because standing was difficult. But enough about my medical
Camera as you're playing in bed.
just GM from my bed, like some kind of
Yep.
Jabba the Hutt style. Oh.
Yeah, well, like, none of us would have complained. Like,
No dice, no butter. Yeah, no thank you. And yes, I am fully prepared to be Jabba the Hutt as an NPC. I know, I got him sorted. So, speaking of larger than life intergalactic crime bosses, Fleabite?
Well, when you put it that way.
Yeah, not all of that was like that far away.
Where's the line? Like, I had seen the chair. I was very zoomed out, so I saw a dot on the chair. So I was like, I wonder what that is. And then there was a cat. Like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was hard enough to tell because it was curled up, and I liked that fact. Yeah.
Oh, I did enjoy Eltress, just like it was just the interaction of yes, you go first, and then instantly sort of getting stuck. That's pretty much in Fleabite's mind that was that's another ambush that's been foiled by correct placement in the order of going into places.
Fleabite strikes again.
That's why Fleabite's smarter than everyone.
Fleabite isn't a tree after all.
Yep.
but that's the question: would everybody have became a tree?
Or would you just have walked up the bloody ramp and went to the top of the tower? Right? We can.
Like a normal person.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we live and learn. Yeah.
And Fleabite learned, keep doing the same. Works.
Never change, Fleabite. Never change.
And yeah, I think that was pretty much exactly where, as much help as Fleabite was really capable of, there wasn't really anything else I was going to do, so just kept going. Let someone with useful magic try and help.
Yeah, Fleabite doesn't really do useful magic, sadly, in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can make an illusion of him walking away. It's all
Look, he's fine. Look at him go. Bye.
just ignore the fact half of him is see-through.
Yep. I'm just trying to half body block the wooden Iltris behind you. Yeah. Throw a big rug over him. Yeah. How did you find Alorian? Besides at the top of the tower.
I am interested to see. 'Cause, he did say he got the seed from a guardian, but it was a different, or it wasn't the one that we met.
No, you said, and the thing that was
witch.
corrected was that he got it from the witch, and that was corrected because he never said that. He said he got it from the guardian.
I see. Yes.
Yeah.
And so there was various things that he'd been saying that was like and so I had wondered. Yes, that's why I'd been. Sort of
For
on the-
clarity, even the witch said Thicane is the guardian of the
Yes.
forest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that does make sense.
Not good. I'm glad because I wrote it so it made sense. So I'm glad it does.
But I just wondered because if she had, like, if it had been there for ages, and he seems to be fairly ancient, could he be like some Giga Genasi? But maybe not.
Yeah, who knows?
And so seeing him, and yeah, I mean, there was temptation to like react in some other way when he started like petting him, but figured that like, yeah, just freezing was enough, and the satisfaction of like he's gonna have to wash his finger now.
Yeah, fair. Mm-hmm. Yep. Like the first like possibly genuine piece of affection Fleabite's ever been shown, and you're just like, ah, screw you, buddy. Wash that finger. Yeah. Why he need to be so broken? Hey, Alexander.
But probably because to me, and by extension Fleabite, it wasn't really affection. It was like, oh, he's big, he can do whatever he wants.
That, or you were just furry and he obviously liked petting his cat, but he was worried he'd kill his cat. You're like, yeah.
Yeah, no, I do get the parallels of like he likes small furry things. So.
Yep. Because literally it was kind of when you were mentioned as a small furry companion, I was like, ah, he should be summoned too. Yep.
Oh, I did have one other idea for helping Eltrys get out of the tree, and that was literally, I have a rope. Just tie that around you. Oh, it's around your neck. Oh no.
Oh dear. That's how trees and nooses work, but okay, yeah. Yeah. Grim. I know Fleabite came from the conceptions of a grim, dark universe, but let's try and leave as much of that there as we can.
Which is why it didn't happen.
Good, yeah.
But no, I'm glad we didn't have to leave Eltrys behind as the new topiary. See where that goes.
Yeah. I'm glad it went as well as you expected. Maybe better, for the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Let's see. How do you feel about this whole Alorian and seems to care about the egg fate?
Not sure a lot of good's gonna come out of it, but
because this is what maybe the third person that you've met that seems powerful and like interested in eggs. So
I do get is it the Bendu in Rebels?
Yeah,
like kind of him vibes of.
I think that's fair. Yeah,
one in the middle. And it is great for spoofing out what everyone else thinks, and that's all useful information.
Yeah. No, good. Anything else, bud? Or is that you?
I think that is I.
Oh, good. Well, thank you all for playing. Thank you to everybody who you're welcome. Thanks to everybody who watched as well. Thank you, Natalie, for keeping us company throughout this. That was quite good. And yeah, say goodbye, everybody.